Oh no. Karen doing what she does best.
Oh, that's a mess to clean up. Man,
oh, no.
Pratt's
Don't worry, my little Care Bear. I'm here to clean up your mess.
Pratt's got such a mess to clean up. It's crazy.
It's okay.
What a mess he's going to clean up.
It's okay.
Oh, man. That's crazy. What a mess. What a mess to clean up. Old Karen Bass making messes everywhere. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday night. So glad everyone's here tonight. My name's Jim, and I'm here to tell you some news. Let me see this. Fix some stuff there. Yes. What's going on? Let's see who's here tonight early and everybody here. We got NASCAR Mo was number one. Happy Friday, Jim and friends. That's right. La Raza's here. What's up, La Raza for Trump? Happy Friday. Good show with Joe the other day. That's great. Thank you. Mr. Sneaky Sean, good to see you. And then I didn't even get to tell you guys about the goal, which is, as you guys always know, it's on the bottom. For every $100 in total, it comes in across all platforms. We super chats, Rumble rants, gifted memberships, you name it, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, super tips, locals coins, Kick Twitch memberships, you name it, anything, carrier pigeon, people throw pennies at me, whatever. I add it up and we hit 100. We activate an extra hour for each additional 100. We activate additional hours. So the show could be 2 hours, 4 hours, 6, 8, 10, 12, 3, 2, 5, 7, 9, whatever. You name it. It's for you. Then when we hit 50, we add Bellavision for the evening. Yes. And, there's Bella. There she is chilling. The Bellas. Chilling out. And speaking of which, though, if we hit 20, someone is generous enough that they donate $25 as an individual, we activate Bellavision automatically. And then we did have 5 come in automatically already. First, it says, "Hey everyone, laissez la bonne temp roller." I don't know. I don't speak frog, but thank you. And I thought there was supposed to be a new thing there was supposed to be like a translation feature now on StreamYard, but it's not there. So yeah, so with that, we are now 95 away from adding a first additional hour and 25 away from, or 45 away from Bellavision. Miss Hacker's too here. Thank you so much, America First. There, Trumpinator. How you doing? Pat Hacker's here. How you doing, Miss Hacker? Great to see you. Jonathan Marcus is here. Great to see you, buddy. Jay Schwartz is here. Steve Hilliard's here. Karen O's here. Rodney's here. What's up? Lisa Day. What's up? American Dreamer. Hey, what's up, American Dreamer? I saw you had a little, you had a little episode this morning on CFC. I didn't want to weigh in and say anything, but I feel your pain dealing with sometimes sometimes Joe Joe Dolio. Sometimes he's crotchety in the mornings. You've been yeeted by who? Yeeted by who? Oh, the raid came over. Thank you so much. The raid's here. Let the good times roll. Yeah, Joe's here too. Rob Watchers, awesome to have you. Yes, I rule. Awesome to have you too. That's great. Thanks for everyone who came over. The show's just getting started. We're just getting rolling this morning. So this afternoon, this evening, whatever you want to call it. Bella's leaving. So we're going to go back to this, like this, take Bella away. And we're going to jump right into you love it. Awesome. Awesome. We're going to run right into the first story. Hey, what's up, Off Label? Awesome. Awesome to see you. You know, if you want to join, we should probably do a co-stream sometime, Rich. Like, you know, do a combination show. Maybe we should set something up for a night. We could both stream to each other's channels, type of thing, and I don't know, something like that, because we kind of cover the same stuff and talk about a lot of stuff. So yeah, let's do this. That's right. Roselle's here. What's up? Didn't want to clean up anyway. Wow, you know, always clean up. Always clean up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So the first story, yes, Rich and Jim. That would be great, right? Don't you think? I think we'd be good together. Yeah. Hey, Ginger, great to see you. Ken's here too. What's up, Ken? Yeah. So Trump convenes a Situation Room meeting for final determination on the Trump meeting. Yes. Thanks, Raid. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, that's right. And just for the people that came over for the raid, if you could, you know, if you might check out the show, maybe, you know, hit the like button, maybe subscribe, you know, to the channel. I do these like every night, just about. I don't know why I can't see you. I guess I blocked most of the world. You can't see me. You can't see me. What? And here you can't see me, or you can't see me in? You're talking about in CFC chat. What's up? Let's just say Al D'Alessandro, or is it Al D'Alessandro? I think it's Al D'Alessandro. Great to have you here. Hey, what's up in the chat of CFC? I'm a mod in their chat, so I don't know. You can call you Al, okay. And Benny, if you call me, you can call me Al. Call me Al. I can't do the whistles and stuff from that song was it the 80s when that song? I can't the damn. What is the song, man? It's from Simon and Garfunkel. Simon and Garfunkel. Let's just say I have Mondays and Tuesdays without relying on Davey's time frame, so we can do it one of those days, unless you want him on too. It doesn't matter to me, but like whatever days you guys want to do it, we should hook up though. We should definitely do it. I know Davey's wanted me to come on several times, but we do stream at the same time. Am I called something else? No, I'm Jim Tells You. I'm Jim Tells You in there. I'm Jim Tells You. I don't know why you wouldn't see me. I've seen you in there. So hey, yeah. So all right. So he's you know, and he's going to make a new demand on the nuclear dust. Is what he's doing. We have a whole bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. We got a whole heap of stuff, and I even have 2 weeks worth of illegal alien crime to go through. If we make it that far, we'll get into illegal alien crime if we make it to some bonus time. So a peace deal, which appears to be within a reach on Friday, after President Trump convened a lengthy meeting in the Situation Room to hammer out the details and make clear the red line on Iran's Simon without Garfunkel. Yes, definitely. Get a room. I'm trying to get a room. What do you mean? I'd love to get a room. A private room for my private dancer. Hey, what's up, Ed? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. So negotiations are close, as senior administration officials told the Post, but not finalized. Officials are optimistic, but sticking points remain, including over Iran's nuclear program and the dispersal of the humanitarian funds. I mean, that's like the whole reason. Wasn't the entire reason of going to war over the nuclear program? So it kind of seems like, yeah, that would be a sticking point. Oh, look at this. American Dreamer with a 10 comes in. Thank you. Wow. With that means right now we're just 85 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and 35 away from Bellavision. Yes, thank you so much, American Dreamer. So, however, Tehran has not publicly agreed Wait, who? This has got to be written by AI. Greg's here. Greg says Trump caves to Iran. I hope not, Greg. I hope not. However, Tehran has not publicly agreed publicly. Tehran, let me just look at this. Tehran has not publicly agreed publicly to give up its enriched uranium. Does that mean, since it's twice, they said it twice, that means they did agree publicly? I mean, what does that mean? Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up? Dot thinks a lot. What's up? Great to see you here. Yes. Oh, hey, the troll Greg is here. Yeah, he's here. Did I not see American Dreamer on YouTube or here? It must be on Rumble. Do you watch it on Rumble, American Dreamer? No, I think she watches it on YouTube. I'm usually in both. I bounce around in both chats usually. The president spent over 2 hours in the Situation Room on Friday with Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and along with other senior administration officials, which could include, and they're going to discuss the details, which would include reopening of the strait, dropping the U.S. blockade, and potentially seeing U.S. digging out and destroying Iran's leftover uranium. Yes, you're here on YouTube. All right, I'll definitely Monday. I'll look for you and I'll try to message you. And if you don't see me messaging you on Monday, then for some reason I might be blocked or something. Hey, Rodney goes, you're a goofball, kind sir. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, too, that means right now, folks, we're just 83 away from adding a first additional hour to the show, and only 33 from adding a Bellavision. 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 See, I blocked them too. Oh, God. Not shown for me on YouTube. Hail American Dreamer. Yes. Yeah, you underestimate the man. Oh, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. I'm going to get real goofy tonight. Iran is stronger now than they... Greg, listen, Greg, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're just ill-informed. But when you say stuff like this, that Iran is stronger now than they were before the war, that's borderline, like, you should be... that's borderline, you should be, like, committed somewhere. That's right. Remember to slap that like button. Yeah. Jim's a goofball, but he's our goofball. That's right. That's right. Yeah, he's going for it early. He is, Joe. He wants to get booted early, I guess. So Trump in the Truth Social post before he walked into the Situation Room made clear that he wants the U.S. to get the nuclear dust to ensure Tehran can never develop a nuclear weapon. He wants, yeah. So it's something that the president has been pushing since the war began. Yeah. Oh, Roselle says he's been saying that same stuff in every conservative channel he is. Well, it's just very nice of him, though, that he's actually in the channels. He's actually donated $25 on the Cash App there. 25 on the Cash App, which means Bellavision has been activated. Thank you so much. So that means 5, 6, 7, 8. So that means we are now $58 away, just $58 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm in a better mood today than I was. I was joking around. If you guys watched the show yesterday with Joe, I was like making jokes with Joe all through the show, and I hope I didn't aggravate Joe, but it was funny. Greg is here to troll us. Just laugh at him. Yeah, I know. Okay. So yeah, like Laraza for Trump has it. IRGC lost the Trump card that closed the strait would crash the world economy. POTUS proved it was false. Yeah, I mean, technically, the only thing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, so all the closing of the Strait of Hormuz has done is hurt China. That's it. That's all it's done. That's right, Bella. Bella's here. We have Bellavision. I got to give it to stupid left-art trolls. They're consistent, but they're consistently dumb. Yes. It was funny on Joe's show. I thought so. Joe likes to argue with Rock. It was a great show with Joe. Yeah, I kept I don't know. Maybe I need to. I say jokes, and sometimes they go right over Joe's head, like he doesn't even know it's a joke. You know, like the whole thing about, he's talking about profits. And I said, well, what would the margin be for someone to be a prophet? And he's like, oh, well, I don't know if there's really, I go, you don't understand profit margin? Bup, bup. Yeah, now they can drink all the oil they can't sell. Good times. It is. It's good times. So the enriched material, sometimes referred to as nuclear dust, which is buried deep in the underground with virtually collapsed mountains caused by our powerful B-2 bombing attack 11 months ago, sitting on top of it, will be unearthed by the United States. I mean, someone's going to have to unearth it. Like, it's really, someone's going to have to unearth it, but it's probably going to have to be the U.S. because there's really only, I mean, I don't know if China could even do it. I understand KB, and he's not for everybody. I don't hold anybody to fault that doesn't, that he's not their cup of tea. He does talk a lot about stuff that really isn't, but he's I feel like I owe, like the same way I owe Robert Gavea for the raids and the stuff he helps me out with. I owe Joe too, because Joe brought me on his show, and I had like couple hundred subs when Joe brought me on, and so I will never, I'm a loyal person. That's about all I'll say. Well, thank you, KB. So a $500 million a day times almost 90 days is a lot of bank loss so far. Yeah, it is. Closing the strait has hurt Australia being too dependent on that supply. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. That. Yeah. Oh, well, thanks, Ag. Oh, I love you too, KB. You were awesome too. Yes. He pointed out that it's agreed to that the United States is the only country, along with China, with the mechanical capability to extract uranium. I would say, Russia could do it too. Russia does have the capability, I think, to do it too, but they're kind of tied up right now. It's unclear if China would play a role in extracting it. A senior administration official noted that President Xi Jinping offered assistance when Trump met with him in Beijing, but added a couple of options were being explored. As of Thursday, the draft deal described by the White House did not include Iran's agreement to destroy its enriched uranium, despite the president's claim that it would be removed. Hey, what's up, Blue Beam Me Up? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Well, yeah, he is. Joe, I mean, he tries. He tries. It's not immediately clear whether Trump was referring to a separate agreement that may come in the future or one that was part of this framework. A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry denied that any agreement had been made with Iran's nuclear program, insisting any discussions on the issue would come after a deal to lift the blockade and reopen the strait. So this is the problem, is because you can't, if it's so hard to get it out, Iran can't use it, right? Well, I mean, they could. It would just take them a lot longer to get it out, and they would probably have a bunch of people end up dying from radiation poisoning, because once you start breaking into where it is, you're going to get exposed to it. It's probably not all some of it's not contained. Anything that was inside of centrifuges or not in the, they have their coffin-like casks where the stuff is stored, like lead cask type of things to prevent the radiation from getting out. So those probably should have been fine, because those are generally built, as long as they were built correctly. As long as they're built correctly, then that would be fine. But Iran could probably get it out over time. It would take them a long time. It would take them months to years to do it. But I think it would take the U.S. several weeks to do it correctly. And there's no way that really you could do that if you were under fire. If you were getting shelled or attacks coming in, you wouldn't be able to do it. You got to be able to go in there and be safe. So I think we want it so we can verify where it came from. Just a thought, Obama. Well, see, here's the problem too, is I don't know how you could check that, because if you remember, when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, she did the Uranium One deal with Russia, where they basically had this company basically take control of all the uranium. So, and they claimed that it wasn't going to leave the country, but it did. They know it did. So, yeah. So some of it could have came through there. I seem to remember someone trying to tell the Aussies, among others, about the whole Iranian oil thing, but for some reason, nobody took them seriously. Yeah. All right, now that's just a lie, Greg. That is a lie, Greg. They had enriched uranium under the JCPOA. They weren't supposed to. They weren't supposed to have all those centrifuges. But I guess that's why they built the underground things at Natanz and Istafar, so that they could do it without no one knowing. You think Iran gives a shit about their common workers? No, I don't think they do. That's what I'm saying. Iran doesn't care. Iran doesn't care about those people, but I mean, they can tell us exactly where it came from. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's possible, though. What I'm saying is it's possible that it came through an intermediary, like Russia or something. That's all. It's not like the plutonium that is in the bombs that another country has, that we know exactly where it came from. That actually came, because plutonium's different. Plutonium is created inside a reactor. You could create it using uranium. So we know exactly where the plutonium for a certain other country, who I won't name, bombs came from, because it was given to them. Spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry denied that any agreement had been made and regarding Tehran's nuclear program, insisting any discussions on the issue would come after a deal. See, this is the problem. You can't, but my yellow cake. Well, yeah, that's yellow cake uranium, sure, but plutonium is not. It's not like it's something that gets created when you do stuff to the uranium. You create plutonium from uranium, like you do something in it, like, I don't know. I'm not a physicist or a chemist or anything like that, but that's what I've read. I'd bet dollars to donuts Obama's involved. I wouldn't doubt it. No negotiations have taken place at this stage regarding nuclear issues with the United States. Yes, well, that's Hillary Clinton definitely should be in federal prison, most definitely. Hey, you calm down. You finally calm down after hearing about that judge on Rob's show. Boy, did that make me mad. Well, we got some other judges to talk about later that I'm saying, from when donuts cost less than $1. Yeah. Remember when you used to get a donut for 50 cents? Remember that? 50 cents a donut? Yeah, I wonder how Hillary feels about Iran's possible loss of the uranium she sold them. Oof. Kelly, what's up? Great to see you. The exchange of messages between Iran and the U.S. Continues, but understanding has not been finalized. Tehran does not appear impressed with Trump's post. I'm saying, I guess they're not. Here comes the judge. Iran's semi-official Fars News described the president's comments as a mix of truth and falsehoods. Among the points being negotiated, the deal would be in two parts. No, you can't do that. I'm sorry. You can't make the deal in two parts. It's got to be. Now it's $5 a donut. Yeah, it's crazy, right? You can't do this. You can't do it in two parts. It's got to be all or one, because they're never going to do anything. And then it's going to be like, well, do we really want to do anything now that this other stuff happened, and we'll just let them alone? That's what they do. That's what they count on. They count on wearing you down and waiting you out. And it's like you got to think of them. I mean, you got to think of them like an infestation. Like, say if you had an infestation of, say, like cockroaches or ants or other kind of bugs, and you wouldn't get rid of like 90% of them and say, we'll worry about the other 10% later, because then they just come right back. You got to get rid of them all. Oh, Liam Gray went on a 6-hour rant today, striking channels on his stream. Yeah, I don't know what that dude's problem is. I tried to tell him to knock it off. I don't know. All these guys and all these guys with this stuff, they're ruining their own audience. They're ruining their audience. Back in 1980, when Trump was in favor of crushing the Iranian oil market, moving it to America, the man is consistent. Yeah. In phase one, the U.S. would drop its blockade on Iranian ports in exchange for a return to unrestricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Phase one would also include a 60-day period for further talks. I don't know, man. I think they need to get me in there. Not like calling bingo card places. Phase two would work out how to deal with their nuclear program. Additionally, it would involve working out phased unfreezing of funds held by Qatar that are intended for humanitarian purposes. You know, like Derek says, why split or put audiences against each other? It makes no sense. It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I mean, some people think like it doesn't sell more books. It sells less. Yep, Trump has been America first from the start. It's consistent. Yeah, that's why I don't. I mean, KB, that's why I don't really put a lot of stock in some of these reports to come out when they say, "Oh, this is being reported. This is being reported." And we were trying to watch some of the Jersey protests. Too tired and have a big headache. Be right back. Got to cool down. All right, cool. I heard they sent, if I'm not mistaken, they sent the SRT team in, a special response tactics in there. So that should be interesting. Any kind of framework agreement will be the biggest breakthrough since talks since the U.S. and Israel started the war on February 28th, and its stated goals of preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon, taking out its military and ballistic capabilities, and encouraging regime change. Jim, would you slap Iran negotiating with them? Well, no, I would just say this is the. I would just say this is the deal. Either you're going to agree to this right now, or they're not ready to capitulate. Because if you give, that's just my opinion. If you give in to them right now and say like, oh, we'll talk later about the nuclear stuff, that's basically just giving it away and saying we're not going to have anything happen on that. In my opinion. Yes, the winner dictates the terms. Yes. Not seen offhand on team there about the retardation of the people. Okay. Cuba's about to pop. Yeah, it is. Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or a bomb, and Tehran will be barred from collecting tolls on ships, ensuring unrestricted shipping traffic. They don't care about dying? Well, I guess maybe wait until there's some people in charge that do care about dying. I mean, at some point, somebody's going to go, hey, I don't want to die, right? Yeah, they just use any delay to rearm. That's what I'm saying. You've seen the old videos of Trump back in 1984. The man's consistent. Yeah, he's been saying it. Yeah. But I don't know, man. I mean, right now, I trust Trump. I'm hoping that it works out. It's only been a couple months. I trust him. So far, everything he's done has been like, what has he done to make us not trust him? What has he done to make us think he's gonna back down or he's gonna give in and knuckle over? I mean, if you did that now, that's insane. Because basically, if you knuckle over and let them, they're gonna build a bomb and then they're gonna use it. I mean, I don't know. All water mines, bombs, if any, will be terminated or have them removed through detonation. Yeah, but he also indicated there's willing to meet with Tehran at one point, reopening the strait. Ships caught in the strait due to our mating blockade will now be lifted. They may start processing or heading home. So they're going to stop the blockade so they can get rid of, afuera illegals. Yeah, afuera all the illegals. Iran's top negotiator, Mohammed Bakr Balif, claimed early Friday Iran would not act on words alone. We do not trust guarantees and words. Only actions are the criteria. That's what I'm saying. They only believe in strength and actions. So just saying words and stuff, you got to show them who's got the power. And if they have not been hit hard enough that they believe, that they got an issue, then,
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you to K Bean for $60 on the PayPal. $60 on the PayPal. Thank you so much, K Bean. That means we hit the first additional hour of the show already. And right now, that means we're 98 away from a second additional hour. Wow. Moving fast tonight, folks. We're going to have a long show tonight. I feel it in my bones. This is awesome. Thank you so much, K Bean. Yes, love the K Bean. An old wise man once told me when you're dealing with someone that's suicidal, you just plainly cannot trust them. Yeah, no, you can't trust someone who's suicidal. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta wait until somebody's in charge that's not suicidal. I think, right? Mm-hmm. Right? Yes. Thanks, K Bean. Yes. Danke Shane, darling, Danke Shane. Auf Wiedersehen, Danke Shane. Hold on a second. Let's see here. I got another notification. I got to see what this is. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Wow. Mm-hmm. Joe says, I'm one of those who think that Trump stopped too early. Another week would have been better, but of course I have the benefit of knowing the results. Yeah, I mean, they could have kept it going just a little bit. I know it's thank you in Danish. I know what danke means. Danke schön, darling, danke schön. Yes, K-Bean. Yes, good stuff. So, yeah. Tehran would force the U.S. to make concessions, not through dialogue, but with missiles. Oh, so he's saying Tehran would force the U.S. to make concessions with missiles. Oh, okay. Sure. Well, here's the thing. If they shoot anything at us at all, like one missile, anything at this point, then they just got to say, you know what? It's all bets are off. And it's time to just get crack-a-lackin'. That's what I would say. You want Carg Island? Yeah, it would be nice. I think it would be a great vacation spot. It's in a great location. Think of the beaches, all the funds. Just think of pulling up yachts there and hanging out at Carg Island, just partying. The current ceasefire has been in place since April 8th, days before the Vice President and J.D. Vance and then met with Islam is Bad with the Pakistanis for direct formal peace talks. Since then, no additional talks have taken place. But, Trump ordered the blockade of the Iranian ports on April 13th as he increased pressure on Tehran to come to the table. Iran has repeatedly claimed its nuclear program is only meant for peaceful purposes. Hey, you never know. Iran has repeatedly claimed its nuclear program is meant for peaceful purposes, and they didn't intend. Well, they would be the first country in the history of ever that ever enriched higher than 20% that did not build a bomb. Nobody has enriched past 20% that didn't build a bomb. Nobody. There's just no reason to it. I mean, 20% is way past what you need. You only need like 3%, 4%, something like that to do anything medically or other stuff. You do not need that stuff at all. I'm just happy something is being tried instead of ignoring it and pretending it'll go away. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Make Panama a state. Well, here's the thing, Snarf. I don't know if you know that or not, but Panama, technically, it was supposed to be U.S. land. Like, it's I don't know if it was, I think it was 10 miles or 20. There's like a buffer around a canal that was in their constitution was U.S. land. And Peanut Head Jimmy Carter gave it back to him. We had the right to put our troops there. We had our right to do anything we wanted there. It was basically U.S. territory, the Panama Canal. No, do not make Panama a state. No. We just need to take the canal zone back. We need the canal zone back. It should have never went away. Should have been the U.S. It was U.S. territory. We built it. We built it up. The country of Panama would not exist if it wasn't for the United States. Panama, I believe, was part of Colombia. I believe. Pretty sure. And then we forced by our military, forced Colombia to let them become independent. And then they just happened to write a constitution that was actually written by the U.S. that gave us the permission to build the canal. And yep, Jimmy Carter sold the Panama to China. Yeah, Panama Canal to China. Yep, definitely. And we want our dollar back, definitely. Carter gave the canal zone back. I don't know if you know this, but Carter was an imbecile. You know what? I'm glad you told me that because I thought that he was just, I thought he was just like a humble peanut farmer. Yeah, Jim is correct. Panama is part of Colombia, correct. It's really gross. It is. It's really gross. It's really gross. It's ours. We stole it fair and square. Actually, we didn't steal it, none of your business. We did not steal it. All right. They did not. They were not a country. We went to them and said, we will help you become a country, but we want to build this canal here, but we need to have control over it and stuff like this. And so, by us, the same way, I don't know, the same way that we helped other things like we freed Puerto Rico from the Spanish, and then we didn't just, give them, now they're still part of the U.S. Panama should still be part of the U.S., like a territory or something. Well, he did get peanuts back from Panama. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. He was retard maxing. Yes, I hate that. I hate when that does it. In fact, the second line of former President Barack Obama's nuclear deal held that Tehran will ensure the exclusively peaceful nature of their nuclear program. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what it said on the paper. They enriched. They were enriching over 20%. They were up to like 30% or something, 40% under the deal. And then they were just selling it to Russia, doing other stuff with it, supposedly. And they also had secret sites they weren't letting people in. So come on. Your mom called him a dumb peanut farmer. Jim, it's too early for you to raise my blood pressure. I worked 13 hours today. Be nice. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, we built the canal. That's right. We didn't steal anything. Yeah. We didn't steal anything. That's why Trump has sought the total removal of the enriched uranium and the destruction of its ability to enrich. They have no reason to enrich it all. There's no reason. They don't need to do it. They do not need to do it at all. So Trump says U.S. blockade of the Hormuz will now be lifted. Malaria kills. Yeah, malaria does kill. We lost a lot of people. We did lose a lot of people. We lost a lot of U.S. citizens building that canal. The demon rats are thieves. Yes, they are. So, I mean, really, that canal was built with American blood, American treasure, and American sweat and ingenuity. It was ours. Yeah, that's right. Sacrificed hundreds of our own men to build that thing. A lot. We paid for the rights to build it, but of course, Carter happened. Yeah. So Trump says they're going to open it. They're going to do some sweeping and stuff like that. France started the canal. We purchased the canal from France. Well, yeah, France started it, but just like everything the French do, they kind of give up, drop their shit, and leave. Just saying. Depending on talks, U.S. naval blockade will be lifted, but only in proportion to the restoration of commercial shipping. With Iran rejecting the deal, don't expect it to hold. Let's see. Oh, Iran rejected the deal already? Wow. Yeah, me too. It infuriates me too. It does that anyone say it wasn't our canal. Yeah. Iran must agree that they'll never have a bomb. So that's what we're hoping for. All right. Well, all right, folks. Get right. Joe, you might want to step out of the room for a minute because this might upset you. So a leftist woman judge just declared herself president. Yeah, a judge just said, no, you're not president. I'm president. So you can't do this. Ordering the Department of Justice to do absolutely nothing to set up the anti-weaponization fund while the case continues. This is part of Trump's settlement. Activist judges are out of control. Out of control.
Go through Newark or JFK or all of the airports around us. Might like that idea. I think it's not going to go over too well with most of the residents in those states.
Indeed. Let me get you some breaking news now. A federal judge in Virginia temporarily blocking the president's nearly $1.8 billion fund for victims of government weaponization, and that's how he described it. U.S. District Judge Leonie Brinkema, I hope I'm saying this correctly, she handed down the order, and it stops the administration from doing anything with the fund while the judge hears additional arguments. So it's not a denial of it. It's just saying, let's just take a pause here. The Justice Department had announced the fund last week as part of an agreement to settle the president's lawsuit against the IRS. So that breaking news this morning, just a pause until the other judge rules on it altogether.
So here's the thing. The judge has no business ordering this. The people that sued have no standing whatsoever to sue. None. There is no standing. That's supposed to be the first thing a judge is supposed to do is, do these people have standing to make the lawsuit? They don't. It does not. They have zero standing to make this lawsuit. We, as people can agree or disagree about this, but us as citizens, any of us as citizens, no citizens have a right to sue the government over what they do with money at all. Can't say, I don't want them spending money on this. You don't. There's zero. Nothing you can do. We still have fat men waiting to roll down the runway. Well, that would be nice, man. It'd be nice. We got some, buffs. That's what we need. We need to put the buffs in. Get the buffs rolling. She's a waste of actual material that clothes her. She's a waste of resources in all aspects. I agree. You think Trump is letting Iran slowly sink? I think he might be talking about the buff. big ugly bat is what it's called. You know what that is, right? BUFF. I think that might be what he's talking about. Maybe I'm wrong. Panama could be Atlantis. Sure, it could be. So judge temporarily blocks DOJ's nearly $2 billion anti-weaponization fund. Oh. That's right. Tap that like button. Tap it in. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo. This is good news. This is Besant saying...
Our technicians have earned the
right. Come to Massey. Not Tom. Oh, look at Tom Massey. He's doing so bad now. He's got to do he's got to do technical services now because he can't. Massey Services. It's a joke.
Okay. Last question.
Sir, Governor Gavin Newsom has floated this idea of a 100% state tax on Californians who receive money from President Trump's anti-weaponization fund. Your response to the governor's call for 100%?
There's no cure for stupid. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. What do you have any comments about Gavin Newsom's Gavin Newsom's plan to tax people at 100% there's no cure for stupid. So, Ronnie says, yeah, I know. I wanted to create a lawsuit against Biden that the illegal horde threatened me. And how far would that go? Nowhere at all. No settlement. Fine. Trump should get the 10 billion then and put it's a win-win. I guess they could do that. A U.S. judge temporarily blocked the Justice Department Friday from taking any further action pursuant to the creation of the $1.778 billion anti-weaponization fund. This judge is really way out over her skis. The Trump administration said last week the fund will compensate Americans unfairly targeted by politicized federal investigations on a case-by-case basis. U.S. District Judge Liani Brinkmina's order comes in response to a lawsuit filed by a group of plaintiffs that include a former career prosecutor alleged that he was fired for his handling of the J6 cases. He has no standing to sue over this. This is ridiculous. If they haven't already appealed this, there's no jurisdiction here. Plaintiffs are suing to block payout from the fund. The order, which lists the Justice Department as a defendant, states that the DOJ is blocked from taking any further action pursuant to the creation or operation of the anti-weaponization fund, which includes transferring of the money to the fund, the consideration of any claims submitted to the fund, and dispersing any funds from the fund. How is this judge this retarded is the question. That this can even be, that anyone would think that this was possible to do. Like Joe says, can we just split the country already, or can we put those judges out? Something's got to happen. Amber says, I'm a victim in Deep Blue, South California as a Christian conservative. I see, the thing is, I don't think California is as lost as everyone thinks. I really don't. I know a lot of people in California that don't agree. I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying I know a lot of people. Most of the people are not these crazy people. I think the only reason that the Democrats basically have held on to power for so long in California is because they cheat. They've cheated. They take, they'll just keep counting ballots for a month. They do all this stuff. Yeah. American dreamer. I'm not giving up my country. I'm not giving up my country either. I just want everyone to be prepared that there's a fight coming. There is a fight coming. It's going to be messy. Can we as a conservatives claim asylum to a red state? Well, technically, if you were, I don't know. Yes, we have to stop to cheat. Technically, if you, certain jobs, if you're believe it or not, if you're a police officer in California and you wanted to come to Florida, they do have a special program for police and stuff coming to Florida where they give you a bonus and pay for stuff and stuff like that. So I'm just saying. The judge also set a hearing for June 12th in federal court in Virginia. A Justice Department spokesman told Fox News that the department remains extremely confident in the legality of the fund, which is supported by ample precedent, including Obama-era settlements. This is it. They passed a statute They passed a statute under Obama that gave Obama and them the ability to set up these funds up to $10 billion without any congressional approval. So someone needs to pull these judges up by their short hairs. You ain't kidding. Yeah. Yeah, someone needs to go snatch them by their short and curlies, as my grandpa used to say. Yes, no more Mr. Nice Guy. That's right. Joe says, guys, the left is not dumb. This is how they rule out of power. It's our side that obeys the laws and shit. This is a great strategy. Yeah, I know. He says, we know we're dealing with it. We're trying. So can I sue the U.S. government for the headache that Biden caused me? I mean, yeah, can I sue over all the billions of dollars that got my tax dollars that got spent on giving illegal aliens free health care, all this stuff? Yes, it's time for the crazy train. Oh, yeah. Grab him by the pussy. Yes, and don't look up. Yeah, so going after the rails on a crazy train. Randy Rhoads, man, was one of the best guitar players I think ever. Like, he just went way too young. They abuse our love for America. Yes, they do. Do people really think the right are just upright Mormons and they can't do anything? They're mistaken. That's the thing. Like, once they push us to the point where stuff happens, they're gonna be sorry. They really are. Because, hey, Doc, what's up, Doc? Thanks for being here. I like the meme. Take the red pill next time; it will be a suppository. Yeah. We will not allow the policy preference of a judge to interfere with our efforts to provide restitution to the victims of the lawfare. Yeah. You can't leave the IRGC in power; they lie. Well, that's my opinion too. But like I said, I'm giving Trump wide leeway on this, just because no one else has even attempted the stuff he's doing. Plaintiffs challenging a fund are former Assistant U.S. Attorney Andrew Floyd, an Alexandria resident who prosecuted Capitol riot cases. Oh, well, before he was fired. Yeah. Floyd was a deputy chief of the Capitol siege section. He said he believes his firing was in retaliation. Another plaintiff is a California State University Channel Islands professor, Jonathan Caravello, who was acquitted of an assault charge. He was accused of throwing a tear gas canister at federal agents. Oh, at a immigration raid. So why would he be suing? He could actually qualify to file a thing. New York Times, as of 38 minutes ago, reports the deal is off, blockade back on. Well, I mean, that's also named the plaintiffs are Watchdog Common Cause, the City of New Haven, Connecticut, the National Abortion Federation, an association of abortion providers. Like, what standing? None of these people have any standing. Yeah, someone needs to pull these judges up by the short hairs. If Roberts won't do it, Congress wants to impeach a few. It would be nice. It'd be nice to impeach somebody. Can we rename the Democrat Party to Fraudulent Crimocrat or Crooked-crat? I like to call them the gloves are off. That's right. Take the gloves off. Put the brass knuckles on. That's right. It's time to, you know what? All is fair in love and war, as they say. And right now, we are in a war for the soul of America. Hey, Boom Boom, what's up? Duck Fat's here too. That's right. Yeah. You don't have to put yourself in a timeout, Joe. You're fine. New Haven claims the Trump administration officials have targeted and other municipalities that they perceive to be sanctuary cities. The Federation say it fears that the fund might issue payments to people who have attacked abortion clinics, providing an incentive for more violence against its member. Oh, so like the people, when you're saying attacked, are you talking about the people who were just like praying outside that got, their houses raided with armed men pointed at babies and stuff? That stuff happened? That's what you're talking about? Those people? That's right. America first, 100%. Yeah. Newsom wants to claw back the Trump fund cash. Well, not going to happen. And the anti-weaponization fund was born out of a settlement between President Trump and the IRS. Trump filed a lawsuit against the IRS for the unauthorized disclosure of his tax records, which he has 100% the legal right to do. He's given that permission. And why would you play by the rules that the others don't? That's just stupid. Yeah, it's nuts. Claims will be determined by a 5-person board appointed by the Attorney General with at least one member selected for consultation and congressional leadership, according to a Justice Department press release. At any point in time, the president has the power to remove a member without cause. This is about seeking accountability for all Americans who are victims of the lawfare. Yeah. Fairies wear boots, and you got to believe me. Yeah, Fairies wears boots is an awesome, awesome song by Black Sabbath. I also like Snowblind. Snowblind is an excellent song. This is about seeking accountability. That's right. Seeking accountability. This is about senators whose records were secretly subpoenaed, churchgoers targeted by the FBI, and so on. Yeah, and also moms who speak up for their children at schools. They were deemed domestic terrorists. Yes, that's who it's for. Yes, I bet Trump is the most audited person in the U.S. since the IRS is running. Yeah. That's another part of the deal is like they're not allowed to go back and look at anything ever again. So the anti-weaponization fund was slated to last until December 1st, 2028. Funding for the fund is coming from the judgment fund, which is a permanent treasury account used to pay for settlements and claims. Have you met Steve Ghazi? You'd like him? I haven't met him. I think I'd like Ghazi a lot. I've tried to message him and stuff. Like I would like to stream with him. He's not too far from me, actually, if we could meet in person. But yeah, I think he's a great guy. I respect what he does, his work, for being a public defender and actually defending people. I disagree with him on the death penalty, but I agree with him that I don't like the fact that the government, putting the government in charge of deciding who lives and dies, that's not a good idea. But, we got to have something. New York Post says federal judge temporarily blocks Trump's weaponization fund. See, what the judge did was she issued a TRO, which you can't, it's not really appealable. So basically trying to delay it for 2 weeks. Should probably, federal judge issued a TRO, a temporary restraining order, which if I was them, I would still appeal this and say, no, this has the same effect as a permanent injunction, a permanent injunction, or, not just a temporary injunction. So I would appeal it. And I get this. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. Contractor Charles Littlejohn pleaded guilty to sharing 15 years of Trump's tax returns. So this was part of the deal because of that, which Trump, they made a deal. Now you got to stick with it. Yeah. So today, a federal court recognized the urgent need to prevent taxpayer dollars from being distributed through a secretive, unprecedented political compensation scheme. Don't they realize that the government has these funds all the time? And they're just pissed because normally these fucking funds are all used to pay their NGOs and their other crap. That's why. Yeah. Wait, what? You don't know my rules. Dems have different rules than us. Well, the Dems rules are win at all costs. That's the Dems rules. And you know what? The Republicans better start thinking about it. America first, MAGA people need to be thinking about, we need to win. I mean, you don't have to debase yourself and become just as bad as them, but you don't have to do Marcus of Kingsbury rules when they have knives and guns. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you do have to fight fire. Win. Yeah, my rules are win. That's right. Win. Yeah, Dems rules are lie, cheat, and steal. Yeah, no, but my rules too. Win. So we'll see. Oh, this is the judge right here. Oh, look at the judge. Wow. Go figure. Huh. Very interesting. Huh. Trump's not eligible to receive money from the fund, but many of his political allies are. Turnabout is fair play. Yes, it is. In my eyes, to them, winning is all that matters, and we want to look good. They don't care about looking good. Did I ship Greg out? I didn't. I didn't do anything to Greg. I don't know if someone else did, but I didn't. I did not. He might have got bored and left. Yeah, he might have got bored and left. Because if you don't, maybe he just comes in to get kicked out, and then since he didn't want to stick around. Yeah. Just so everybody knows too, Greg gave up. Yeah, just so everybody knows too, the goal listing on YouTube, for some reason it's broke. It doesn't count anything anymore. Don't know why. Doesn't count anything anymore. So we keep track of it ourselves anyway. Trump needs to pardon all his administration family to prevent the Dems from putting anyone to and bankrupting them. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, he wandered off to another channel to spam the same shit. Yes, probably. So if the fund is implemented, when the fund is implemented, it'll be distributions will be governed by a 5-person panel. In theory, administration officials say anyone can apply, including Democrats who say they were treated unfairly. The oversight board reportedly may be called the President Donald J. Trump Truth and Justice Commission. Oh, the Truth and Justice. Yeah. Truth and Justice. Liberty, freedom, truth, and justice. Wasn't that? So it's basically Epoch Times has the same thing. Federal judge temporarily blocks the DOJ's weaponization fund. And then Daily Signal says judge temporarily blocks the fund. I don't think this is going to hold up. Personally, I don't think it's going to hold up. I think it's going to immediately be appealed. Yeah, here. Clinton appointed judge temporarily blocks Trump's anti-weaponization fund. So freezing any transfers, claims, or anything. So, yeah. Wow, look at that's a picture of the judge. That doesn't look like the picture we saw of the judge. To ensure no funds are irreversibly dispersed. Oh, okay. And this says the judge temporarily blocks any Justice Department work on the fund, so they're not even allowed to do any of the stuff. Not set anything up. Put me in, coach. Yeah, Play by the rules, and they kick you in the nuts. Put me in, coach. AC/DC. She's got the jack. She's got the jack. Yeah, good song. I believe that even the attorneys in Duplicity cities conflate with one another. If you aren't a Dem, they do independent workaround. Yeah, they do stuff. I don't trust any of them. I'm getting confused. The rules are to win. That's it. That's the only rules. There's only one rule: winning. That's it. All we do is win, no matter what. Why can a judge control funds? They don't. They're getting judges mixed up. Yeah, they are. They're getting weird judges mixed up. So let's see. Oh, this is
consider whether to grant longer-term consideration of this suit. Perhaps no surprise, because in essence, every time one of these lawsuits gets picked up by a judge, they usually slap a temporary restraining order of some kind on it. And so in this case, there is a group challenging the new fund, which...
Hold on. Oh, I want to hear that because the guy on CBS just admitted it. Yeah, anytime anything happens, a judge puts a temporary, anything Trump does anything, there's a judge that comes along and slaps a temporary restraining order on it. Like that, this is lawfare. This is bullshit. The judge, and what needs to happen?
News, a federal judge has temporarily blocked the Justice Department from moving forward with that so-called anti-weaponization fund. Want to get right to CBS News senior White House and political correspondent.
Hey, look, Greg's back. What's up, Greg? Thanks for coming back. We got worried about you.
Yeah, U.S. District Judge Leonie Brinkema said in a brief order that this temporary halt to the fund allows her to consider whether to grant longer-term consideration of this suit. Perhaps no surprise, because in essence, every time one of these lawsuits gets picked up by a judge, they usually slap a temporary restraining order of some kind on it. And so in this case, there is a group challenging the new fund, which of course was announced by the Justice Department earlier this month. It is being challenged by a handful of individuals, and they argue that this fund is a collusive agreement between the president and his administration that, quote, has no congressional authorization, no basis in law, and no accountability. And let's remember that what they're calling the anti-weaponization fund has faced plenty of congressional scrutiny, particularly among fellow Republicans who have asked the Justice Department for information on what exactly this is for, who exactly is eligible, what is the criteria for receiving funds, and is there any way that you can control who exactly gets this and ensure that those that were convicted of or charged with attacking law enforcement don't get payouts. But critics, of course, calling this a slush fund for the president's supporters and those, of course, who participated in the January 6, 2021 insurrection, who had been...
Wasn't an insurrection, you lying cocksucker. Nobody was charged with an insurrection. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is crazy. It wasn't an insurrection. Who was charged with insurrection? Nobody. Nobody was charged with insurrection. It was a Fedsurrection. It was a Fedsurrection. And they are not actually not taxpayer funds. And there is nobody can, you want to say they're taxpayer funds. you can't sue over what people spend taxpayer funds on. Doesn't work that way. Sorry, Greg. You don't have standing to sue. They don't. We have. Oh, Christine says, "Hello, all. How late am I? We already have Bell-Vision. Yay! You're about an hour late. We've been going for about an hour. So, but don't worry. Yes, we already have Bell-Vision. We already got the first extra hour. We're working on a second additional hour. Yeah, I remember when AOC said the Electoral College was a university. That's when I knew she was political material.
The president.
Okay, more to come.
Yeah, more to come. So we'll see. I don't see this. Like I said, this is going to be appealed. This judge is an idiot. The people have zero standing. The first thing she's supposed to do, is see, do these people have standing to sue? None of them have standing to sue. None of them have standing to sue. It feels like a woman problem. Women don't get it. You have to win, or you get effed. That's right. Yes, we were missing you. What's with AOC and the stupid hijab? Well, she just wants to prove, that it's her body, her choice, So that's why she did what the Islamists told her to do and put the hijab on. Anyway, all right. On to the next story. Police rush to SCOTUS's home amid rising threats against conservatives. That's right. Yeah. But reports quickly unravel. Well, I have a feeling there's going to be a commercial.
The Fetterman campaign is blaming his performance on a faulty closed captioning system. We've got a little bit of video of the closed captioning system.
What does this have to do with SCOTUS?
Operation here that we'll put up on the screen. It was a real-time thing, like any closed captioning. Every once in a while, there's a little bit of a typographical error, but you sort of read past that. But what do you think of the campaign saying, "Oh, he was bad because of this"?
The campaign is asking people, voters of Pennsylvania and Americans who tuned in who don't live in Pennsylvania, to believe something that they saw is not true.
All right, I don't know what this is not. Justices become assassination targets. Why is this? This is
everybody watching the debate last night.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
Big decisions on legislation that affects the lives of people living and working.
I don't get this. It says this is.
For the record, Nexstar Media, which put on the debate and handled the closed captioning, said this in a statement: "It's unfortunate that Mr. Fetterman is now criticizing the closed."
All right, hold on. I guess it was later in the thing. I don't know why they couldn't just do it the right way.
The leak also made those of us who were thought to be in the majority in support of overruling Roe and Casey targets for assassination, because it gave people a rational reason to think they could.
No, it's not just my opinion, Greg. It's actually Supreme Court precedent that says taxpayers have no standing to sue the government over what they do with tax dollars. Sorry.
By killing one of us.
And that's just not idle talk, because it happened.
It did happen. It's been 177 days since the Dobbs leak occurred. Chief Justice John Roberts said that it was a betrayal, and yet we haven't heard any information about who this leaker may be. And the issue is the consequences of what happened and the fallout as a result of this leak. You not only had the assassination attempt on Justice Brett Kavanaugh outside of his home, but Justice Alito had to be removed from his home and taken to a safe location. You then had raucous protesters showing up outside of the homes of Supreme Court justices.
Which were not condemned by the White House.
Every night. Were not condemned, was also illegal in places like Virginia. Not only not condemned by the White House, but encouraged. They told protesters to continue doing that. And then, of course, there was the issue of the leak, trying to sow distrust between justices in order for them not to be able to do their job, as Justice Alito was talking about. It was about intimidation. It was released early to try and get justices to change their opinion at the court with overruling Roe v. Wade and pushing the abortion issue back to the states. And that's the problem. If there's no accountability, if the American people
there needs to be accountability. There does. There needs
aren't given a clear explanation about who did this.
Yeah. So justice became a target. So police responded to a swatting call at the residence of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett in Virginia on Wednesday evening, marking the latest security scare involving a conservative public figure. You guys, I got poisoned by energy bits this last week. It was on Dr. Phil's Spirulina tablets. If you're allergic to hay, grass, pollen, don't take it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Be careful. The settlement fund is being created is in lieu of an award to Trump. I'd argue it's no longer taxpayer dollars. Well, it's actually, here's the thing though, too. It's also the thing about the fund is Congress set up a statute, all right, to create these funds that authorize the Justice Department, the executive branch to do these things. They did it under the Obama administration, and they put a cap on individual fund, like basically as long as the fund is under $10 billion, $10 billion or less, they don't need congressional approval. That's the deal. So it's, what's going on here? You hope Danny Ann is safe? Why? What's going on with Danny? She's in DC. I hope she's safe too. Yesterday evening at 9:02, officers responded to a squatting call at the residence of Justice Amy Coney Barrett. They responded to Barrett's home after receiving a call through the department's non-emergency line. Hold on a second. What is going on here? Oh, sorry. Oh, man. Check my messages. Okay. Check my messages. Oh, I think you're talking about is an AOC thing in the messages. I think that's what you're talking about. The new AOC, right? I saw it earlier. Oh. All right. I did see. There was something else though that I got. So Fairfax police responded to Barrett's home. So the incident comes amid years of heightened threats against Supreme Court justices that started back when the leaked Dobbs decision came out and showing the court was poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. And they arrested a guy that was attempting to break into Kavanaugh's house and kill him and his family. And then a judge basically, and then if you remember in that case, the judge in that case was like, well, the person's trans now, so we don't want to send them to jail. Yeah. They'll be punished too bad in jail, so we're going to only send them for like 6 years or 7 years. Barrett does not belong in the Supreme Court. I'm not going to 100% disagree with you on that. Like, I think she was purposely put into the court by Pence. I think Pence corrupted. I think Pence corrupted it, getting her in there. Because, yeah, she is. She's too soft. Yeah. No, Trump wanted Barbara Lagoa, who's, if we had Barbara Lagoa, oh, buddy, let me tell you. This must be about the birthright citizenship ruling. It could be. That's why they're doing it. Officers immediately coordinated with the Supreme Court police personnel assigned to the residence to quickly determine the report was fictitious. No additional police resources were utilized. Swatting calls target an individual by calling a false police report of crime such as murder, hostage situation, bomb threats, active shooters that would require greater law enforcement response. Partial audio recording of the police audio surfaced on X on Thursday that showed the call came in for sounds of gunshots. Law enforcement can be heard saying that there was a suspicious noise at a 24-hour security coverage for a high-priority resident of the county. Barrett was on the bench Thursday morning alongside her colleagues and read aloud summaries of 2 opinions she authored. Barrett made no mention of the Wednesday incident in her bench remarks. Swatting is an attempt to get an innocent person killed. In this case, a sitting Supreme Court justice. That's what Senator Mike Lee from Utah wrote. He said, the proper response will be putting the offender in prison for as many years. I bet birthright was decided weeks ago. They just want to wait. But it's probably, It probably, I mean, they do a conference. They basically, after they hear, if I'm not mistaken, they hear all the opinions. They take like a week or two or something. Then they get together and they have like a conference where everybody talks and they talk with each other. And then they take like a vote, basically. And they know where everybody's at that point. That happens. And then they write the opinions. What's this lady going to do with the coat hanger? Is she work at a dry cleaners or something? They're slow rolling it right now. Yeah, they do that. That's probably usually it's the dissent that's stalling it out, trying to get someone to flip. Justice Thomas spoke out against progressivism. We need more of him in SCOTUS. Oh, we do. Drip, 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 like everything else. Yeah. Listen, I would be 100% fine with 8 other Clarence Thomases on the bench. 9 Clarence Thomases on the Supreme Court would be chef's kiss. America would be forever protected and saved. It would be restored to what the founders wanted. The leaked Dobbs opinion became a lightning rod for protests with abortion rights activists demonstrating outside the homes, which is also a crime. And the Biden administration didn't do anything about it either. They were like letting this happen. It's against the law to protest outside Supreme Court Justice's house over court cases. It's a crime. You're not supposed. It's illegal. You're trying to sway them. You're trying to force them to do stuff. You need something? What is that? I think is it in the garage? It's not in here. It's not in here, buddy. It's not in here. Go look in the garage or outside or in Peepaw's room, maybe. Let's start cloning Clarence Thomas. Yes, that would be nice. Trump will nominate the 4th. Kagan is going to do a notorious RGB. I would think it would be Sotomayor. Is the cat talking? No, it's my grandson and his mother. They're looking for her purse. Not that trying to force may hinder. Yeah. Yeah, not Kagan. Sotomayor. I would think so. Scummer makes me sick too. Yeah, Scummer. You think Alito and Thomas depart after the elections, especially if Republicans keep the Senate? Scummer is a Nazi? Oh, he is. He is. Yeah, and he puts cheese on raw hamburgers. Ugh. In June 2022, Nicholas John Roski was charged with attempted murder for making violent threats against Kavanaugh while carrying a gun. He tried to break into the house. What are you talking about, making violent threats? He had a gun and stuff. He traveled across the country to kill him, and he tried to break into the house. He was sentenced to 8 years. I don't know you. That's my purse. Attacks on conservative leaders have been on the rise, most recently targeting Commander-in-Chief, including just in April at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. There were 2 public assassination attempts on Trump's life, beginning in Butler when a bullet grazed his ear and after a gunman climbed onto the roof. Yes. Earlier this month, a California Army veteran known for his displays of Make America Great Again memorabilia and American flags, dubbed the Trump House, was attacked and beaten to death. I have an article of Scummers years ago calling him a Nazi. Well, he is. So, yeah, but that's what they want. They're used to. They say that our words are violence, but that their violence is just protected speech. It's weird. It's weird. Swatting incident thwarted as police respond to reports of gunshots near Amy Coney Barrett's house. Police responded to a call that gunshots were at the home of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah, so that's okay. Department of Justice will be appealing the Wolfley. So yeah, the attempted assassination of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh was a disgusting attack on our entire judicial system by a profoundly disturbed individual. The Department of Justice will be appealing this woefully insufficient sentence imposed by the district court, which does not reflect the horrific facts of this case. Violence against federal judges and other officials are unacceptable. Swatting is an attempt to get an innocent person killed. Yeah, we know all that. Same thing from Breitbart. Supreme Court Justice targeted swatting call. So, same thing. Hey, good evening, Lady Bama. Alabama. Yeah, definitely send a super chat if you want me to respond, Greg. That's the only way I respond is super chats. Sorry. I'm ignorant like that. Start making examples of these loons. That's what they need to do, Gypsy. That's what they need to do. Yep. These progressive far-left Dems have sown the seeds of discord amongst even family members. Yeah. Have you ever seen their discords? Their discords are crazy. I know what you're saying. I'm just messing about. Yeah, and then look, and then like they don't even talk about it on CBS or NBC at all. They just don't say nothing about the swatting of Amy Coney Barrett. They're just silent. Yeah. The last administration, there was a surge of threats against members of the Supreme Court. A swatting incident occurred, and nobody reported it at all.
Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett becoming the latest high-profile target of a swatting incident. Authorities say a false emergency call sent police rushing to her home. It's just the latest in a growing wave of hoax threats targeting public officials. The incident is now under investigation.
Yep. But nothing. That's it. 16 seconds on World News Tonight. 16 seconds at the bottom of the A block. Buried under a fake controversy over the $250 bill and a viral story of a Florida woman with no right arm that got ticketed for holding a phone in her right hand. And yet, 16 seconds. But that's still 16 seconds more than CBS or NBC or PBS. It's crazy, right? All right. On to some good news. Louisiana Legislature passes congressional map that eliminates one majority black district. Yeah. $100 super chat. Appreciate the stream. That would be great. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Oh. Yeah, the freaking media is so lame. Maybe he was hit by some kind of shrapnel, lying retards when Trump was shot in the air. The hero, and Corey Campatori lost his life. Yes. Louisiana Legislature passed a U.S. congressional map on May 29th that gives Republicans an advantage in 5 of 6 U.S. House seats. There you go. Republican-led Senate chamber voted 28-10 on an amended version after it passed the state house. I mean, they could have made it 7-0 instead of 6-1. I mean, I would have waited 7-0. The bill eliminated a black majority district that stretched from Shreveport to Baton Rouge and adjusted district lines around the southern part of the state, including around New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Legislation will be sent off to Governor Jeff Landry's desk, and the Republican is expected to sign it. State lawmakers started making efforts to redistrict after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled on April 29th that the race could not be used as a primary factor when drawing boundaries for their electoral districts. Supreme Court decision prompted Landry to issue an executive order on April 30th that suspended the elections on May 16th only for congressional seats so state lawmakers could redraw the districts. The map proposals have shifted during redistricting efforts. A new map, which was approved by the House in a 68-34 vote before it advanced to the Senate, was proposed by State Rep. Beau Bellevue. We're using racism to combat racism and gerrymandering. You can't make this up. Yeah, you ain't kidding. I mean, the whole thing about saying you have to have, like a certain race majority district is racism. They shouldn't be paying any attention to the race of the people in the district at all. The majority of black district is along the river bottomland across the strait where people exploit FEMA flood benefits. Ugh. Still don't know what color has to do with political party. You and me both. You and me both. Bella's awfully itchy tonight. Yeah, you know what? It's been really rainy here, so she's been like, I don't know, rolling around in like the grass outside because I don't know, she likes that. I don't know why. Bella and you denied the lines were drawn based on race, but said that the partisan advantage were a strong factor. When Democrat Rep Tamia Jahi Kassan questioned why the new map wasn't drawn equally to give Democrats 2 seats, Republicans 2 seats, and Independents 2 seats, there's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that says we have to draw these equally. Bellew added that Republicans need to ensure the U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Rep. Steve Scalise get reelected with the map. Johnson represents Louisiana's 4th district, and Scalise from the state's 5th congressional district, first congressional district, serves as majority leader. Demon rats such as Rep. Kyle Green voiced disapproval of the redistricting during Thursday's floor vote. Well, of course they did, but they wouldn't say that if they were drawing them to favor them. You watched an undercover video a long time ago. A guy was talking about how they're always trying to find ways to cheat. Guess they don't see anything wrong with cheating. Duh. Yeah. The distinction between partisan gerrymandering and racial gerrymandering is a distinction without a difference. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, oh, well. U.S. Rep. Clay Higgins, a Republican who represents Louisiana's 3rd district, split from his party's push to prioritize Republican-leaning seats ahead of the midterms and calls his map Frankenstein-looking. I'm 100% opposed to this latest worst iteration of the proposed map, Higgins wrote. Clay Higgins, I actually kind of like. He's, if I'm not mistaken, he's the guy who is an actual FFL gun dealer and knows about the stuff, and he's really, really staunch to Second Amendment. You like to roll in the grass, too? You think that's itchy? You should see my dogs. Yeah. Hey, what's up, American Jane? So great to see you here. Thanks for stopping by tonight. Chair was stuck under the desk there. Well, let's see here. What was this one? What was this one? What was this one? All right, and then we got this from the Hill. It says, what is this? JD Vance says something.
Well, I think it's hard to say exactly when or if the president's going to sign the MOU. We're going back and forth on a couple of language points. I do think that we've made a lot of progress here. It's very clear that I think the Iranians, they want a deal, and they want to open the Straits of Hormuz. We want them to open the Straits of Hormuz. The president will be in a position where he can endorse the agreement, but obviously that's still TBD.
Mid-year, midterm.
Oh, there's a commercial? We don't need to watch a commercial. So, Louisiana legislature passes the new GOP favored map after Supreme Court ruling. Yeah, so we know that. The new map approved 28-10 eliminates Representative Cleo Fields. Oh, Miss Cleo. That's too bad that Miss Cleo lost hers. She should have seen it coming. It should have been in the cards, right? Miss Cleo should have seen it in the cards. The Senate originally passed a new map earlier this month, 27-10, but the State House added amendments to legislation and sent it back to the Senate. So what did they change it? What did they change? What did they change in this? It now heads to Landry's desk. I would really like to know what they changed. Supreme Court paved the way for Louisiana when it ruled that the Bayou States map was unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. Seismic ruling, which made it subsequently harder for race to be considered in redistricting. Because you know why? You know why it made it harder? Oh my God, Jim, what? What did I do? Did I do something wrong? What did I do? What did I do? Did I do something? I don't know. So hey, what's up? Everybody's laughing. I'm confused now. What, did I do something? Making me think I'm naked or something. What's going on here? Republicans are looking to offer themselves additional cushion by adding potential pickup seats in November. Miss Cleo, the Miss Cleo stuff. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I made a joke. I said something funny. Okay. Efforts in Tennessee and Florida are moving forward where Republicans gained 5 seats. That's good. Yeah, she should have seen it coming. Yeah, she should have, right? Miss Cleo should have seen it coming. Yeah, she should have known. The Dems just want their slave seats back. Dems control, providing free money. Yeah. Seismic to the Democrats, a relief to the Republicans. Yeah. I mean, the Republicans, it's been like a battle. Like the Republicans, it's been a battle like you wouldn't believe to try and make things fair. Democrats suffered a blow after the Virginia Supreme Court struck down an illegal effort to unconstitutionally redraw their districts and violate their own constitution. On paper, Republicans can pick up more than a dozen seats. Meanwhile, Democrats have up to 6 opportunities through redistricting and prior litigation with California and Utah. Yep. So we'll see. Cook political reporter said he could not don't count out the Democrats. No, they never do. They always say the Democrats are doing great. They always say the Democrats are doing great because they want to make the people think they don't want Democrats to ever feel like there's no reason to vote. So they always tell them, they're right there. You're right there. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. You're right there. What's this? Dershowitz was on Joe Page's earlier saying Trump could possibly have a third term. Wow. Thank you for the 50, first of all. Wow. Banga, banga, boongo. That's a lot. How did he say? I mean, I'd like to get the understanding of how he was saying that's possible. I mean, Dershowitz is not a dummy. He's smart. So if he's saying it, I mean, there's got to be a reason. I would really thank you so much for the 50. That means right now we're just 48 away from adding a second additional hour to the show, folks. Just 48 away. Thank you so much. Wow. I'd really like to know that. I'd like to know. I'd like to know more information on that. I really would. Okay. A little bit more good news now. A little bit more good news. It sounded like Trump didn't want to, though. Hey, what's up, Eastman Farms? Great to see you. You don't think Trump wants another term? Yes. Thank you for supporting Jim. Yes, thank you so much. 9 anti-ICE rioters. You're in Stewart. Where am I? Naples. You know where Naples is? Right there. 9 anti-ICE agitators are detained during another wild night outside Newark's Delaney Hall. With something about how the things are worded in the Constitution. He has a book out about it. Taters. Yeah, the taters. They detained a bunch of taters. Was it Scrubs? Or is it a commercial? Wasn't she from Scrubs? Riot taters. Oh, yeah, riot taters. No, it's not all Jews there. That's ridiculous. Hey, what's up, Finch? Great to see you. Thanks for being here tonight.
Why don't you go get your buddy with the AK-47 to shoot me in the face?
Okay, there is not. This guy's saying AK-47. There's not anybody that works for the United States federal government that's carrying an AK-47 at all. Those are not guns that the U.S. issues at all. That might be guns that are used like when they're infiltrating in another country somewhere where they got to use weapons they don't want, that they could say that they found somewhere or that they're not, so they don't know they're Americans. But on U.S. soil, there is no American armed police force anywhere that's using AK-47s. It's just not happening. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Spray me in the face. Spray me in the face, bitch.
Their peeps are missing the wrong stuff.
Spray me in the face, bitch. What's your job? Get your AR-15s out. Get your AR-15s out. Why are you guys escalating the AR-15s? You're winking at me, bitch. You're a house.
Hey, does that guy just pick up a weapon?
If I do that, you're a fool, dude. You're a fool. You just resorted to asking a peaceful protester to fight you, to fight your arms, to fight your arms. You are the scum of the earth, dude. Scum of the no integrity, no courage. Yeah. No honor, no courage. Your officers are offering fighting. You guys can't control yourselves, dude. You have no.
I don't know. We're back up.
Commander.
To show the Sergeant Pepper video, it's funny.
Is that ICE protocol?
Biden's term is declared null and void because of the SPL scandal fraud. Vote is Supreme Court declared damage to their term to be remembered. I don't know. I mean, sure, if the Supreme Court wanted to, but I don't know that technically they have that power. So, like, do they?
Look at you, you look like a clown. Don't even want to know. Fix your bitch.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why it's beeping. It's not like they're beeping out anything. I don't know what they're beeping out.
Back up. Back up. Back up.
I don't know who's saying back up. Can't translate if they beep the words. That's what I'm saying.
Back it up.
Oh, I know.
Try Painquill.
Oh,
Max
Painquill. That's crazy. I know. Where are we at here? Christine says, doesn't matter the type of gun. Our right to bear arms can't be infringed. They already way overstepped their bounds and forgot what they said to the government. No, I know. I was just saying that the guy saying that the cops had an AK-47, I was saying that he doesn't know what a gun is, calling it an AK-47. No police force in the U.S. is using AK-47s. I don't think so. No, maybe some little local police department might have let their officers use one or something, but not any federal government agency is not going to be using a gun, an AK-47. That's all. Christine gave 50. Can we see the cat, please? If the cat comes out, I think the cat's under the bed sleeping. Obama's term should also be void. Yeah. CPS is a broken system. The state threatens to take your child if you discipline in public. That's why we have so many undisciplined young people. Yeah. Jill Biden thought Joe Biden was having a stroke during the debate, but didn't offer to help him. Yeah, and then she came out and yelled 4 more years. You were talking about the citizens. No, I know. I know. I was saying like it was a citizen yelling at the cops, telling them, point your AK-47 at me again. It's like, that's all. I was just making like this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. FDR actually served a 3rd and a 4th term. Yeah, you're allergic to cats. Camera battery low. Okay. Oh, Bella just. Bella's getting some water. Bella gets in a little water. Mm-hmm. 9 people were arrested Thursday night during a raucous riot at Delaney Hall. Foul-mouthed agitators urged federal agents to shoot yourself. Know. That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. She was the Dr. Jill Biden. Yeah, didn't even know. Didn't even offer to assist her husband at all when she thought he was having a stroke. Mm-hmm. And someone bit and kicked an officer. Oh, I did. Where is that? I have it. Here it is. I knew I had it, and I forgot to put it here. Look at this. Look at this. Rioter Brendan John Gayer allegedly kicked and bit an ICE officer at Delaney Hall. We will not tolerate vicious attacks on ICE officers. These riots are clearly not peaceful protests. You can see from the photos these horrific wounds. You will be held accountable. Look at this. Look at it. He's bleeding there. Look at that. He's bleeding there. Look at this. He bit him on the arm there. Look at that. It bit him. That's crazy. Look at that bite mark. Like, I'm sorry. If somebody bit me like that, that person would be losing teeth. That's you're losing teeth for stuff like that. You're not just walking away. Yes, human bites are bad. Yes, they are. Yeah, totally disgusting. Totally disgusting. These people are sick and deranged. Brandon Gare of New Jersey works as a courtesy clerk at a Stop and Shop where his meticulous nature and attention to detail shine. This is the person. So he tries himself as a shut-in. Yeah. Shares interest with like-minded friends. Like, where did they get this information? Sick and deranged. Yeah. Cutchtown University student arrested in child porn. Oh my God. Brandon Gare. So this guy, oh, what do you know? So this guy has child pornography charges back in 2017, 2018. Huh. Interesting. Wow. What do you go figure? So the guy that bit the cops and did all this stuff got arrested in 2018. Is it a dating app? That might have been a dating app. Go out to pace and chill, wind up having an internal monologue argument with the Constitution, targeted protesters in another state. Very sad. No patriots and numbers have gone to counter in New Jersey. Yeah. Video shows a trio of anti-ICE demonstrators being hauled away as one obnoxious berates agents through a megaphone. Yeah. What are you guys doing here? Take your gun and every cop and fed. Yeah. The rioters are being accused of biting, kicking, and punching agents. Yeah, they did. We saw the wounds. We saw the wounds. Oh, look at this guy with the George Floyd shirt on. Assaulting, obstructing ICE is a crime and a felony. Throughout the night, 9 rioters were arrested. Activists have claimed that ICE detainees were on a hunger strike.
Kill yourself! Quit your job and kill yourself! Quit your job and kill yourself!
Yeah, I agree. Where's Mark Wayne Mullen and all this? At least no one would show. Well, that's my problem. Like, I think he was probably away or doing something for Memorial Day. That's why this shit went on over Memorial Day weekend. But there's no excuse now. Oh, my bad. She went back and laid down. I fix. Oh, there she is. There she is, the Bella girl. Do they believe in Jesus? No. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't know she moved again. The party of love and tolerance. Yeah, right.
Stop spraying! Stop spraying! Go! Let's go!
Gavino? Yeah, Greg Gavino retired.
What are you guys transporting? Why the f do you have an AK out? Excuse me, a f***ing AR. What the f is that for? Who are you gonna shoot, bitch? Who are you gonna shoot? Who are you gonna shoot?
You.
What's the f***ing AR for? What's the f***ing AR for? Why are you guys out here? Giving you a low floater.
Wow, that guy's just an idiot. For later, a bus driver who caused deadly crash in Virginia. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We're to see the cops backing down when they're the ones with the weapons. It's crazy, isn't it? We are stuck in a time loop. It's nuts. It's nuts, man. You got to do something, man. You can't allow this to keep happening. You got to do something. Anti-ICE agitators clash with federal agents. More stuff. I don't know. Is this the same shit? I don't know. I don't want to keep watching the same crap. Yeah. Oh, you see him there? Is he there in the crowd? Saw him in the crowd yelling at people?
Thank you.
He's the mouthy one, yeah. There you go. Take him inside. Make him a nice, have a nice meal. The short guy in the skinny jeans, yeah.
Yo, time to go back.
We're taking people that work hard. We're taking people that are illegal. That's what we're taking people that are illegal. So the crowd swelled to more than 100 by 8 p.m. ICE agents appeared to swing on a fulcrum, so magistrates refused to get out of the way. Including one man was dragged to the ground and detained his feet from where Fox News was perched. ICE agent cannot confirm or deny detaining civilian suspects portended. What do you mean? You detain him because they broke the law. Is he the girl with the bullhorn? Yeah. I'm always one of those. No dogs were harmed. Yeah, they have not been this mad since the last time we took their slaves away. Yeah, they get really mad. They get really mad. So, New Jersey demon rats, including Governor Sherrill and Andy Kim, have criticized conditions. One man was seen detained during the chaos, was asked whether the detention result in criminal charges. And I says he can't confirm, though he said politely, according to reports. So some guy says, "Is this going to, I'm getting arrested. I'm going to be having criminal charges. I don't want to, I thought I could just come on here and do this stuff and I wasn't going to get charged." And they're like, "No, you're going to get charged." That's the way it works. Say white people fighting to keep people who will replace them and not give a fuck about them when they do it only in America. You ain't kidding. What about the demon rats being there standing with these Antifa terrorists when they should have been honoring military memorial? That's crazy. That was nuts that it happened. Yes, I agree. That's 100% traitors. Yes, traitors, 100%. They can go work hard in their country where they belong. Yeah, that's right. See, but this is the problem. You got local police are refusing to respond to the call for help.
Tonight we have dramatic new video showing a garbage truck driver confronting anti-ICE protesters in New Jersey. That facility has been under siege by demonstrators for several days. Correspondent Alexis McAdams shows us again tonight.
Anti-ICE protesters in New Jersey blocking the roads, stopping working people from getting to their jobs, like this truck driver who finally had it.
Come on, what's wrong with y'all?
This as rioters face off with federal agents again, demanding the Delaney detention facility in Newark close down, harassing law enforcement with messages like this.
Quit your job and kill yourself!
The group says the illegal migrants inside are on a hunger strike over poor conditions, but DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen tells Fox the detainees are eating 3 meals a day, have clean water, and medical care.
We're not providing luxury housing. What we're doing is we're providing a sanitary place for them to be detained.
New Jersey's Democratic Governor Mikey Sherrill says these protesters have been peaceful, blaming the mayhem on ICE agents.
What seems to really be inciting a lot of this are really the ICE agents. So the ICE agents really need to stay out of there.
But the chaos has been caught on camera for days. And last night, DHS says half a dozen people were arrested for assaulting federal agents.
This is what their base is all about, this extreme left base that is anti-police.
New Jersey Democrats back out at the facility again. Congressman Robert Menendez Jr. seen arguing with counter-protesters.
I don't think we saw this one already.
One who brought up
Did
his
you watch the
dad,
video? No.
former Senator Bob Menendez, now serving time for federal corruption.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a congressman that just told one of his
So
constituents.
for people
Fuck
watching
you.
at home wondering why it's getting so out of hand, well, DHS tells Fox agents have called many times to the local police for backup and no one shows up. It's a similar situation what we saw on the ground in Minneapolis where people kept calling, and trying to get backup, even protesters or people that got stuck in the middle, and nobody comes.
Wow.
And there's protesters there that are protesting other things.
That's right. Yeah, there's people that are there with.
That's crazy, right? That's just crazy stuff. Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe, can you believe that congressman just told one of his constituents, F you? How's your dad? F you. Wow. This country is so broken. Yeah, they're just as peaceful as BLM, fiery, but mostly peaceful. Give me a break. You ain't kidding. Yeah, civilian from the root civil. I don't think so. So check this out, man. My body, my choice, except when it's a Muslim mayor says cover up, then it's my body for votes. Since yesterday when I criticized AOC, I've been under attack by her fellow feminists and colleagues calling me an Islamophobe. Really? I have no fear of my beautiful mother who wears her hijab traditionally without being a hypocrite. I simply ask you, AOC, you represent New York. You said the hijab is fun. And then that's why you wore it at an event where men and women were strictly segregated, and you gave a speech with a smile saying this is fun. So I ask, would you attend a court hearing facing the fifth assassin hired by the Islamic regime to condemn a terror attack on New York soil? And that makes me Islamophobic, or does it make you a hypocrite? Someone who just takes photos, collects likes, and calls it inspiration. But it isn't comfortable condemning terror attacks carried out by Islamic ideology on New York soil. Iranian women live under constant fear of lashes, imprisonment, execution, assassins who follow them, even beyond their borders, into exile. Phobia isn't an irrational fear, but our fear of being killed is not irrational. No, it's totally rational. I simply ask you to condemn the Islamic terror that creates this fear of fear in New York. The invitation still stands. Iranian women who were intentionally blinded by the Islamic Republic simply for showing their hair came to New York courtroom last public trial to condemn Islamic terror. So my question is clear. Will you come with Zoran the Kami Mandami to a courtroom in August to witness yet another assassin sent to New York soil by the Islamic regime to cue a woman? I think it's supposed to be kill a woman. Cue a woman on New York soil. So here we go. Here's Ao Shpi. Ready? There she is on top. My body, my choice. But here she is now with the.
Selflessness and solidarity. And most importantly, we renew our commitment to our because when we join together with devotion to our neighbors, our community, and to this country, we can bring light into the darkness. So thank you once again for having me here today.
I know you guys couldn't really get a good view. I know you guys can get a really good view of her because of the camera angle, but I got a better picture of her for you guys. All right. That's what she looks like with the hijab on. I hate commies. Me too. I hate them. Yep. My body, my choice when it comes to abortion, but you're mandated to take a vaccine. Hypocrites. I would still like her to make a freaking drink. Yeah, I don't know. I think she would screw that up too. American Dreamer says white liberal women think all people are equal. Some would take their life in a moment. Yeah. AOC got to GoFundMe to get to DC. She needs an apartment and gas money. It's crazy. You wore a scarf when your hair fell out. Yeah. And a new accent. Bravo, AOC. It's crazy, isn't it? It's called code switching. I think they call it code switching. Wow. Breaking news. ICE agent charged by Soros prosecutor in non-fatal shooting of Venezuelan migrant arrested in Texas. I have so many questions about this. Like, how is it possible that an ICE agent is being charged by a state prosecutor for carrying out his federal duties? My favorite protesters are the gay and women fighting for Islam after spending time in the Middle East and learning how it really is there. They make me laugh the hardest. Me too. You and me both. An ICE agent charged in the non-fatal shooting of a Venezuelan illegal alien, not a migrant, illegal alien, was arrested in Texas. Why is Texas arresting an ICE agent for shooting somebody in Minnesota? This doesn't make any sense. This is happening in Texas. Yeah, this is nuts. Earlier this month, Soros-funded prosecutor Mary Moriarty charged an ICE agent with non-fatal shooting of a Venezuelan illegal alien she claimed was legally in the United States. He wasn't. He's not legally in the United States. He's a legal alien. Moriarty charged the agent identified as Christian Castro with 4 counts of second-degree assault and 1 count of falsely reporting a crime. In January, ICE agents were involved in a shooting in Minneapolis as Governor Walz claimed federal agents are going door to door ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live. According to Fox News reporter, ICE agents shot a shovel-wielding Venezuelan after he tried to assault federal law enforcement officers. A Venezuelan teen was shot in the leg. DHS releases the name and backgrounds of the 3 illegal aliens they say attacked ICE agents in Minneapolis last night, leading to a shooting. All illegal aliens who are caught were released into the country by the Biden administration. Now, how red is Texas exactly? So I'm saying, did this happen? Did they arrest him in Austin? She is in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm saying Moriarty's in Minneapolis. How did somebody get arrested in Texas? Because she said so, that is where we come. Hence, all feds now have to watch themselves. The Constitution requires Texas honor the warrant, even if it is shit. What's up, Ass? It's mine. Great to see you. Mary Moriarty announced the arrest on Friday. Christian Castro, ICE agent charged in Metro Surge shooting, arrested in Texas. An immigration and customs agent who was charged in the North Minneapolis shooting has been arrested in Texas Friday morning. He was charged via warrant on May 18th with 4 counts of second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon. Castro was arrested by the Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General, the Texas Rangers, and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in Hidalgo County, Texas. What? The Office of the Inspector General? Seriously? That Inspector General needs to be fired immediately. HCAO says the state charges are likely the result of an attempt to remove this case to federal court. If this removal is granted, HCAO will still prosecute the case, and if it ends in conviction, it will not be eligible for a presidential pardon. I don't understand this. You can't do this. Yeah, the Texas governor doesn't have to honor shit. What's his name? Lon something or other. The guy who killed Randy Weaver's wife and son, the sniper who killed Randy Weaver's wife, they tried to charge him and they said, you can't prosecute this guy. He was doing his job. I don't get this. All of a sudden the rules are different now? Are you covering the Lippert governor pardoning illegals, giving them clean records? Oh, that I saw it. I mean, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke. But I don't understand this. This is settled law that states cannot prosecute federal officers for doing their job. This is insane. This is really insane. ICE agent accused of lying about Minnesota shooting arrested in Texas. A warrant was issued earlier this month. The charges stem from an incident during an operation targeting Julio Cesar Sosa Silas, whose authorities say entered illegally from Venezuela in 2022. The bullet traveled through a door and struck one victim in the leg before making its final impact in the wall. During court proceedings, the officer's account of the moments leading up to differed from testimony provided by 2 defendants and 3 eyewitnesses. Oh, so the Venezuelans lied, and you go, oh, the Venezuelans said this would happen. Castro is the second officer to be charged for conduct in Metro Surge. Both officers immediately placed on administrative leave pending completion of the thorough investigation. So yeah, I don't understand this. I really don't. I don't understand how this is possible. Now ICE agents will be afraid to do their jobs. That's the point. Yeah. Yes, please like the live stream. Yes, please do. I don't get it. I don't get how this is possible. I thought that you can't do this. You know. James Telrico doesn't even think they should have license to vote.
News from the WCCO Live Desk on CBS News Minnesota.
I'm Maria Lazignoli with breaking news. An ICE agent accused of shooting a man in the leg in North Minneapolis and then lying about the attack was arrested in Texas this morning, according to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. 52-year-old Christian Castro was charged last week with 4 counts of second-degree assault and 1 count of falsely reporting a crime. On January 14th, during Operation Metro Surge, Castro shot Julio Cesar Sosa Solis in the leg, the criminal complaint says. Charges say that he shot Sosa Solis, who is a Venezuelan national, through a door of a home while knowing there were people inside. Castro, along with another officer involved in the incident, wrongly accused Sosa Solis and another man of assaulting them with a shovel and broomstick.
I see a shovel there.
Security repeated the false allegations. The agents were placed on leave for that lie, and federal assault charges against Sosa Solis and the other man were dropped. The charges filed earlier this month triggered a nationwide warrant for Castro's arrest. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigators found Castro earlier this week and traveled to Texas, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office said. He was taken into custody by DHS agents and Texas Rangers.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I don't. This is not supposed to be possible. You know, Dems lie all the time, so what? Yeah, Telrico's a mess. The governor needs to come forward and say no to this crap. I want to know why for what purpose the Inspector General, DHS Inspector General, had anything to do with this. This does not make any sense to me. It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. Charges triggered a nationwide warrant. Christian Castro. So this is the guy that they arrested, 52-year-old man, ICE agent. Complaint says the man tried to run inside the home and a struggle broke out. And the complaint says he had a broomstick and swung it at Castro, but did not hit him. Charges say that Castro and the other man made it inside the home, were trying to shut the door when Castro fired through it. 6 people, including 2 children. Oh, well. I'm sorry. It's just to make and waste money and for other ICE agents to not want to do their jobs. That's what I'm thinking. But where's the fucking feds to step in? This is not, they don't have the authority to prosecute. They don't have the authority to prosecute federal officers in the commission of their job. They don't. They just don't. They lied about the incident. They're being punished. It doesn't matter if they lied about the incident. That doesn't give the state the authority to prosecute a federal officer who did something in the commission of his job. They just can't. They just can't do it. That's why the guy Lon something or other, what's his name? Not Lon Lonnie. The guy that killed Randy Weaver's wife. They tried to charge him with murder in Idaho, and they said it went to court, and they dismissed it. Said you cannot prosecute a Fed for doing his job, no matter what it was. The only place he can be prosecuted is by the Feds. He was in the commission. He was doing his job. You know what's next? Then you're gonna let them start charging. You're going to let them start charging ICE officers for kidnapping, for arresting people? Is that where we're at now? You're going to charge them, let them get away with that? Because that's what's next. You have states that just refuse to let the feds actually do their jobs. This is Civil War shit right here. This really is. This is like Civil War shit. What's going on? And where is the fucking DOJ to be like, yeah, no, you're not doing this? I don't know. Next story. They lied. It doesn't matter. See my above statements. We surrendered, period. It seems like Mark Wayne Mullen did. They conveniently crop the video. That's what I'm saying. The video doesn't show. The video shows the guy with the guy running with the with the shovel going up to the house, but you don't see what happened over there. Yeah, where's Abbott? Where's any of these people? I don't know. CBS News fires 60 Minutes correspondents and top producer in sweeping shakeup of storied program. Yeah, they want to get rid of the liars. Anything to win, Jim. That's what it is. It seems like it. I mean, the lie is why the feds have an investigation going on. The state has no jurisdiction. Yeah, so why are they arresting them on a state warrant out of Minnesota? That shit don't fly. The U.S. Attorney General needs to charge the Texas DA with false imprisonment of a federal officer. Something. I would. Let's say CBS airs delayed Inside CCOT segment with White House comments. I don't know what this means. Huh?
In a statement to 60 Minutes, the White House said, President Trump is committed to keeping his promises to the American people by removing dangerous criminal and terrorist illegal aliens. The administration's statements are available in full online. DHS deflected all questions about abuse allegations at CCOT, saying the men were not under U.S. jurisdiction while in El Salvador.
CBS came under fire for removing it. CBS News editor told staffers the segment was not ready to air. Yeah. Yeah, because they're trying to say stuff like they went and talked to their information comes from fucking terrorists and fucking gang members and shit. Of course they're going to lie. Jesus. Dershowitz also said, has a case trying to get Supreme Court about the media not being able to lie to we the people. Well, that'd be great. Bring on the deportation ticker. Yeah. So CBS News fired correspondent Sharon Alfonsi and Cecilia Vega, along with its program director, on Thursday, as the network's editor-in-chief shakes up the story news magazine. Executive editor Dragan Maholovic also was let go after nearly 30 years with the program. Alfonsi, who joined in 2015, lashed out at Weiss last year when a polarizing news chief delayed her segment about allegations of abuses at the El Salvador prison. Alfonsi's assistant was held for political rather than editorial reasons. On Wednesday, Alfonsi announced that her contract expired after her agent's attempt to renegotiate were ignored. The process is the punishment. Yeah, you agree. Yeah. Obama made the lying law, just reverse it. Yeah. Smith-Mund Act, it's called. Smith-Made, not Act. It's a Smith-Mund Act, I believe is what you're talking about. They wanted to prosecute the agent that shot Renee Good, who was going to run her over. I know they did, but that's what's next. If they could do this, why not that too? This guy was, that's a stupid statement and a reason why so many are upset with Trump's MAGA movement. If it's not deport only to hard criminals, it's deport all of them. The nice abuelitas too. Yeah, Smith-Mund, yeah. The reason these stories about Dershowitz are not known is because he was kicked off of mainstream media. Yeah. Anyway, we're 2 hours into the show. The goal did expire on YouTube, but we have already actually hit the goal for the first extra hour, and we're only 48 away from a second additional hour. So I'm going to restart another goal over here on YouTube for another hour. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to do 10 yellow super chats. Actually, 5 only, because I believe we're 48 away. Yes, I'm just going to do 5. I can just do 5 yellows for 1 hour. Because I believe we were 48 away right now. I believe we're 48 away. So I do it right now. We are currently 48 away from a second additional hour. That's right. Boom, boom. 48. All right. So 5 yellows for 1 hour. Start that. We're 48 away. 48 away. 48 away. I'm past this Joe Agummy. Yeah. I need another timeout. Your blood pressure's going up. I don't want that to happen. So, oh, wow. That's who they fired. Good riddance to all of them. Following an intense editorial dispute over our CCOT story, repeated attempts by my representation to establish a path forward were met with silence. In the coming days, network leadership may attempt to hide behind corporate euphemisms like modernization restructuring. So she technically remained an employee of network until Thursday morning when she was fired. So here they interviewed, look at this. They interviewed this guy who was someone in there, and they go, oh, yeah, that was all terrible. They beat me. For my blood pressure and to call the troops, don't let Jim go to bed early. Well, thank you. With that means right now we're just 38 away, folks. Just 38 away from a second additional hour to the show. Just 38 away. 38 away. Thank you, Joe. Just 38 away. Thank you, Joe. So your employer has to give you a new contract? I guess that's what they think. They must. Hold on one second. Wow. Remaining correspondents, including Leslie Stahl, Scott Pelley, and Bill Whitaker. Anderson Cooper previously announced his departure. Simon, a 26-year veteran of 60 Minutes and daughter of late CBS News correspondent Bob Simon, was tapped as the program's executive producer last July after Bill Owens resigned in protest of what he alleged was corporate meddling. Oh, well, let him resign then. Simon's placed Nick Bilton, documentary filmmaker, former New York Times columnist. Bilton's a fifth executive producer in 60 Minutes history. Wow. They should probably get, have more people come in and out because they need more. The reality facing journalism is not easy. We want stories that break news, expose wrongdoings, widen public understanding, and force accountability. We want journalism that's surprising, agenda setting, and impossible to ignore. CBS News President Tom Chabowski said hiring Bilton represents a deliberate vision for 60 Minutes to go beyond an hour on Sunday evenings and become a 360 product that reaches audiences wherever they consume information. Should have hit me up when I was rich. Oh, well. So have they given up on the SAVE Act? Haven't heard anything about it in weeks now. Yeah, the rhinos have. The rhinos, the sucky rhinos have given up on the SAVE Act. They suck. They're sucky rhinos that suck. That's what they are. They're shitty, sucky rhinos that suck. Waiting for that stupid rhino. Anderson made too much money. Anderson Cooper got paid way too much money. Yeah, he has to say that MSM, etc. doesn't like. Yeah. She says, I don't think it's totally dead. We have to wait and see. I don't know. Weiss, who was named editor-in-chief of CBS News in October after her outlet, The Free Press, was acquired by the new Paramount CEO, David Ellison, continues to put her stamp on the network. The decision to shake up 60 Minutes is seen as a risky move, as the iconic program is regularly among the most watched news programs on television. The Senate is on vacation still. Sucky McSucksters, yeah. Weiss also overhauled the CBS Evening News by tapping Tony DeCouple as its new anchor. Well, whatever. I mean, yeah, they want to get rid of the scum and get in people that aren't lying liars that lies. That's the thing. You don't want a bunch of lying liars that lie. 60 Minutes executive producer pushed out, successor named. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I never had a desire to come back to journalism, she said in a phone call, this guy. Yeah. Oh, this is not surgical. It's a bloodbath. Bilton's hire sent shockwaves through to Hell's Kitchen headquartered newsroom because nobody in the TV business had any idea who he was. Others were angry that the news was announced in the New York Times just minutes after they got the memo themselves. Trying to send $20 and the link. YouTube won't let me send the link. All right, here I can fix that. Here, you can post the link now. You should be able to post the link now, Christine. Go ahead. YouTube is asshole. Yeah. Why isn't Trump pushing the SAVE Act anymore? I think he still is. I just think you should be able to post the link now, Christine. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Thank you so much for the 20, Christine. That means we're just 18 away now, just 18 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you might have to refresh or leave and come back in, and you should be able to post the link. All right. Joe Pags. Well, this is kind of a long. It's kind of a long video. It's an hour and a half or 30 minutes long. I can't really. I'll hold it off to the side. Maybe we'll pull it up in a minute. Yeah. We're laughing and crying. Oh, they did look. They would be laughing and crying. He knows there's no chance in hell who's going to let it pass. Bilton told the Post he wants to take it to another level with 60 Minutes. We cannot imagine a better fit. All right. All right. Check this out. All right. Check this out. All right. Oh, wait. This one. How did it go to this next one? Something. Hold on a second. All right. Oh, what the hell? Obama appointed federal judge who sent Todd Chrisley to prison was caught having loud sex in her chambers during work hours for 2 years, lied to investigators about it, and got nothing but a private reprimand. If you're going to cover Thune, I need to go away. No, I'm not really covering Thune right now. We're going to, as soon as I get through this, I might play a little bit of what Christine shared and then just to see what it is. Her name is Judge Eleanor Ross. Her own law clerks told investigators they could hear her moaning, kissing, and music through the walls. She denied it, blamed the clerk until investigators ran forensic tests on the couch in her chambers. Let's just say they came back super positive. At least 5 encounters from 2003 to 2025, 23 to 25. Yeah, that's the one who put Chrisley away. Yeah, this is the judge. She was having sex in her chambers. Crazy. Her partner is an Atlanta police deputy chief named Kelly Collier. She is married. Yep, you guessed it, another judge. The committee found she made herself vulnerable to blackmail and extortion and lied to the investigators who called her denials egregious falsities. But she gets to keep her robe. Literally zero consequence for this. She keeps her lifetime appointment. This judge sends people to prison for a living. Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. Does it make sense to you guys?
The report claims the judge had sex on at least 5 occasions over a 2-year period inside her chambers with a high-ranking police officer. Employees interviewed during the investigation described multiple incidents where they allegedly heard people having sex through the walls. One court clerk testified to hearing what was described as unsettling noises, kissing, and music coming from the judge's chambers.
Why should the everyday person care about these allegations?
The American legal system depends on honesty and truthfulness.
This investigative report did not identify the judge or the officer, but multiple sources confirmed to Channel 2 that federal judge Eleanor Ross and Atlanta Police Deputy Chief Kelly Collier were the 2 accused. In the complaint, the judge's employee said she attended a primary election victory party for a district attorney on May 21st, 2024. A source provided Channel 2 this photo showing Ross at that party. The order also says the judge presided over a hearing the following day. Channel 2 obtained federal court records showing Ross presided over a supervised release hearing on May 22nd, 2024. And regarding the officer, the chief judge wrote the officer has worked for the PD since 1998, later adding that the officer has held this role since 2025. Atlanta police records show Collier joined the department in 1998, and his LinkedIn profile reflected a promotion in 2025. That LinkedIn page has since been taken down. I reached out to Ross, but a representative responded with no comment. The chief judge has already issued Ross a private reprimand, and she agreed to write apology letters to her employees. She was also reprimanded for attending a political event, as federal judges are prohibited from participating in political activities. The chief judge said harsher discipline was not imposed because of the judge's exemplary service to the court. Along with the fact the judge ended the relationship and accepted.
It sounds like she provided exemplary service to this deputy chief, too, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? They said they even heard whispers. Must be thin walls. I can't. That's weird that it would be so thin walls like that. That's very weird. This is why we lose. Schumer brags about they put 235 judges in place. Yeah. Here's what Doomer said, right? Remember this?
There are those who believe that we are in real time living through an assault on the constitutional order. Do you believe that we are in a constitutional crisis right now?
Yes, our democracy is at risk
because Donald Trump shows that he wishes to violate the laws in many, many different ways. The good news here is we did put 235 judges, progressive judges, judges not under the control of Trump last year on the bench, and they are ruling against Trump time after time after time.
There are those who believe.
Yeah, and getting overturned time after time after time because they're not following the Constitution. Not following. I live in corrupt Fulton County. Between this judge and Fannie Willis, they just things just keep getting interesting. Yeah, whatever. How is this Trump's fault? It's not Trump's fault. None of this is Trump's fault. None of it's Trump's fault. None of it's Trump's fault. Yeah. Obama judge busted for having sex in her chambers within earshot. Eleanor Ross of the Northern District of Georgia. What is our democracy? Well, for them, when they say democracy, what they mean is Democrat power. That's what they mean, democracy. They rule by party, not by law. Got it, scumbag. Yeah, they do. That's what they do. Major sex scandal involving a judge nominated by Barack Hussein Obama, by Barry Husseini Obamani. Wait a minute, what? How does Schumer get to talk about following the law when he tried to get Supreme Court justice attacked? Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Kennedy had some good words on the SAVE Act a couple days ago. So the entire affair created a major conflict of interest, made the judge vulnerable to extortion. A special judicial conduct committee of the 11th Circuit found a judge who isn't named in the report. The judge should be impeached. This is definitely not good behavior. Yeah, they never say our republic. No, they don't. They don't. It's crazy. Over a course of a 2 year, they had sexual intercourse in chambers during business hours over the course of a 2-year relationship. The affair was with an unidentified police department commander, creating a conflict of interest risk. The judge was also found to have improperly attended partisan political event. Did somebody go talk to her? Did she lie to federal officials? Did the FBI talk to her and she lied? Because that's a fucking crime. Arrest her. Did they send the FBI to talk to her? That's what should have happened. And then when she lied and said it didn't happen and they prove it did, you fucking charge her with the felony of lying to the feds. That's how you get her off the bench. The SAVE Act will pass, but only once it's too late for the midterms to be affected. I hope so. I just hope it passes. I don't care when, as long as it passes. The Judicial Conference's Judicial Conduct and Disability Commission in May affirmed a February misconduct finding by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit Judicial Council. A December special committee report laid out the allegations. Everyone call John Thune and tell him to pass the SAVE Act. Here's his phone number, 202-224-2321. I am so sick of our so-called government officials. If we did what they do, we'd be under the jail. I've had enough with our two-tier justice system. I agree. On Thursday, they identified the judge. In December 2013, Obama nominated Ross to serve as a U.S. district judge in the Northern District of Georgia. I mean, the fact that the judge should probably resign too, because this is all known now about the judge. And so she can't really, she was confirmed by a voice vote in November 18, 2014. Wow. That's crazy. Voice vote. It says, cop who had loud sex with judge in chambers ID'd as deputy commissioner, deputy chief. Judge reprimanded for noisy sex is the Obama appointee who sentenced Todd Chrisley. Wow. I think we got into most of this already. Corrupt judge who couldn't focus on her case because she was too busy clapping them cheeks in her chambers. She needs to be impeached, and we will work with Congress and our legal team to see what happens. Wow. So that's what Chrisley said. The judge had sex in chambers during business hours. Wow. The affair resulted in chamber workplace was extremely uncomfortable and troubling for the clerks. This guy, Todd Chrisley. She also presided over the 2022 trial of reality TV star Todd Chrisley, was found guilty of federal charges, including bank fraud. Ross sentenced him to 12 years, but Trump pardoned him. She previously dismissed a 2020 lawsuit filed by two Georgia's 2 Republican senators challenging mail-in ballot procedures. Chrisley took to social media on Wednesday to name Ross. Allegations were first made in a special committee report in December. Wow. This is from a local news story down there in whatchamacallit, it's down there in Georgia.
Judge and a high-ranking Atlanta police official are at the center of explosive allegations.
It involves sexual encounters inside the judge's chambers during work hours. Tonight, Channel 2 investigative reporter Ashley Lincoln breaks down the judicial order. And Ashley, federal judges discovered this activity went on for years.
Yeah, according to this 20-page order from the chief judge over the 11th district. Now, the report does not name the judge, but for the last 2 days, I've been speaking with sources and going through public records to identify the accused after federal employees complained about hearing intimate noises through the
Intimate noises.
These are serious allegations.
They're allegations of sexual encounters during work hours that a federal judge admitted to. According to this
Intimate noises.
order, the report details an investigation launched after a complaint was filed against a federal judge last September.
I don't think judges are perfect. They're human beings, too.
Former federal prosecutor Doug Gilfillan says federal laws allow judges' identities to remain undisclosed in reports like these to protect the integrity of investigations.
However, the law requires an order like this one to be made public if there's an imposition of discipline.
The report claims the judge had sex on at least 5 occasions over a 2-year period inside her chambers with a high-ranking police officer. Employees interviewed during the investigation described multiple incidents where they allegedly heard people having sex through the walls. One court clerk testified to hearing what was described as unsettling noises, kissing, and music coming from the judge's chambers.
Why should the everyday person care about these allegations?
The American legal system depends on honesty and truthfulness.
This investigative report did not identify the judge or the officer, but multiple sources confirmed to Channel 2 that federal judge Eleanor Ross and Atlanta Police Deputy Chief Kelly Collier were the 2 accused. In the complaint, the judge's employee said she attended a primary election victory party for a district attorney on May 21st, 2024. A source provided Channel 2 this photo showing Ross at that party. The order also says the judge presided over a hearing the following day. Channel 2 obtained federal court records showing Ross presided over a supervised release hearing on May 22nd, 2024. And regarding the officer, the chief judge wrote the officer has worked for the PD since 1998, later adding that the officer has held
Why do we care?
since
On a taxpayer dime.
Atlanta police records show Collier joined the department in 1998, and his LinkedIn profile reflected a promotion in 2025. That LinkedIn page has since been taken down. I reached out to Ross, but a representative responded with no comment. The chief judge has already issued Ross a private reprimand, and she agreed to write apology letters to her employees. She was also reprimanded for attending a political event, as federal judges are prohibited from participating in political activities. The chief judge said harsher discipline was not imposed because of the judge's exemplary service to the court, along with the fact the judge ended the relationship and accepted responsibility.
I wonder if she's just like Fannie Willis, where lied, because you know how Fannie Willis said that she ended the relationship with Nathan Wade, but then they're seen together doing all this other stuff. Is this what goes on? Is this normal for hot Atlanta? Is this normal for Atlanta? I don't know. Next story, here we go. DOJ escalates blue state ICE standoff after states review key federal request. Oh, here we go. So DeSantis talking about it here.
Here with us with his take is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Governor, we certainly are not seeing chaos in Florida as we've seen in places like Minneapolis. So what is the difference?
Well, when President Trump got elected, it was clear he got elected on 2 main issues, as you mentioned, the economy and the border, and not only stopping the invasion that occurred under Biden, but then removing the people who are here illegally. And so I called a special session of the Florida Legislature, and we imposed a legal requirement on all state and local law enforcement agencies to participate with DHS in interior immigration enforcement operations. And the result of that has now been between state and local, we've done 20,000 apprehensions of illegal aliens. And that's in addition to what ICE is doing on its own. And you do have a very, very cohesive set of forces, and we're all on the same page. And here's the thing. The reason why I imposed that requirement, we have some sheriffs that would be gung-ho to do this. We've got some cities, some mayors would not want to do it, right? But since we did the requirement, if you act like Jacob Fry in Florida, then you get removed from your position. And so we have consequences to that duty, and it's worked very well. And it's important. The American people voted for this. This is something that has to be accomplished. And if it can't be accomplished with President Trump's presidency, then are we ever going to be able to get it done?
Well, and Governor, the upshot of what Minnesota, at least the Twin Cities area, they wanted to do was to exempt themselves from federal law. I mean, what if Florida or Texas voters, Tennessee voters just decided they just didn't want to pay income tax? They wanted to opt out of the enforcement, the IRS enforcement.
Is that possible? Can I do that?
You can't do that.
Can I do that? Can I opt out of
federal law? And the same situation here.
I think they're going even one step further than that, though. Yes, they do not want to participate. You will literally have a criminal alien sitting in jail in Minnesota for violating their own laws, and they still don't want to cooperate and send that person to DHS so that they can be removed. But what you see on the streets, that's an orchestrated effort. These are groups that are funded. It's being egged on by politicians like the governor and the mayor. And their goal is not to just simply not enforce the law, but to actively sabotage the enforcement of the law. And so I think that's why that just cannot stand. If you can have a state, because they have different political orientation, just opt themselves out and indeed sabotage what's being done to bring about the mandate that the voters gave, you know, then what are we even doing here? And so I think what they're doing has been very, very damaging.
I'm surprised that people like Bill Cassidy and Tom Tillis and some others in the Republican Party are like using this.
The rhinos. She's talking about the rhinos, the people that we have to get out of the party because they're rhinos. Like
moment
rhinos
clearly to kind of pile on here when they know that everyone thinks
they're rhinos. So Department of Justice announced on Thursday that it's filed a lawsuit against 4 demon rat-led states over the refusal to issue undercover license plates to ICE agents. Still snow and ice in Minnesota? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I think some of this stuff is older. So DOJ civil decision, Barrett Swatted previously issued an ultimatum to Maine, Massachusetts, Oregon, and Washington, giving them until May 22nd to provide immigration enforcement officers with undercover plates for their vehicles. The Justice Department officials argue the state's refusal unlawfully discriminates against federal law enforcement and violates the Constitution's supremacy clause. Christine says it's going to be awesome when DeSantis is in the Trump administration. I think he's coming. I personally think my opinion is that they're holding open the attorney general spot for him. He just paid $2,500 in property taxes yesterday, unconstitutional. God, I wish my property taxes were $2,500. I don't even want to tell you, mine are like multiples of that. These lawsuits escalate a months-long standoff between Justice Department and the states over immigration enforcement. The case could be a test of limits of the supremacy clause as the DOJ seeks to assert legal authority over state motor vehicle departments. No, it's not what they're doing. It's not what they're doing, Fox News, you faux news motherfuckers. What they're doing is they're saying that you can't provide something to one group of people and discriminate against the federal government and say we're not going to give it to you. That's what it is. But states themselves maintain they are not required to assist with immigration enforcement. This is not assisting. This is just doing what you always do. You can't do this. We'll see. Department of Justice will exercise any and all lawful authority to support the brave men and women of law enforcement. Law enforcement officers risk their lives every day to keep Americans safe, including by denying the license plates to DHS components, including ICE, while issuing them to their own state agencies. These governors are pursuing discriminatory obstructionist policies against federal law enforcement. An official in Massive Two Shits previously told Fox that the Commonwealth does issue undercover plates to federal agents, but only if they're investigating criminal offenses. It refuses to do so in cases where civil infractions are being investigated, which covers most immigration cases. Massive Two Shits claims that they support law enforcement. Minnesota is not getting better with Klobuchar coming in. What's the California? That's the California of the Midwest. Yeah. But that's not what we're seeing from ICE and its unconstitutional tactics. These people all need to get arrested. Yeah. We look forward to defending this lawsuit. We take public safety seriously and work with federal partners to voluntarily provide 100 undercover plates every year. A spokesman for Oregon's office, Tina Kotek, is waiting for the state's Department of Motor Vehicles to conduct a review of its undercover plate policy. She expects the agency to communicate next steps. Hey, what's up? Any plans for the weekend? No, just be doing. I once called them rhinos. Now I call them traders. Just doing the news today and tomorrow and maybe Sunday too. I don't know. See what happens. Maine's governor's office did not respond to a request for comment. The lawsuits filed by the DOJ establishes federal law supreme over conflicting state laws, arguing that it can be used to make the 4 states issue undercover plates to ICE agents. The United States has sovereign authority to manage federal law enforcement activities. It does not need to cede that authority to Maine or any other state to abide by its policy that jeopardizes federal law enforcement operations. Under the supremacy clause, states do not have the power to dictate how federal government executes its constitutional powers. They should just secede already and take the deficit with them. Conservative experts previously told Fox News that they believe the DOJ is fighting an uphill battle to try to compel states to issue specific plates. Which experts were this? Federal law preempts state law when state law conflicts with federal law. There's no law in my mind that is conflicting with federal law. Yeah, but you can't discriminate. He did add that there's an underlying assumption by the virtue of being in the unions implied in the Constitution, the 4 states should cooperate with the federal government to enforce laws. Justice Department did not respond. Oh, there's rhinos are the uniparty. Sorry, I forgot train of thought. We'll let you know. This is Epoch Times. DOJ sues the 4 states. Blue states pick a fight with ICE over undercover license plates. It says, not only are these policies unconstitutional, but as alleged in complaint, these policies threaten the operational effectiveness and safety of federal agents, but face a wave of targeted harassment. If federal agents cannot use confidential plates, dangerous individuals can track and evade law enforcement. Yeah. I mean, I would think that this would be an immediate reason that any fucking grants at all that go to that state should be stopped. Be like, well, you're not doing what you're supposed to do, so no more money. That's the only way. You just cut their money off, stop them. So the fight might sound bureaucratic, license plate forms, with such dry contact, but nobody missed the real issue. Undercover plates protect agents who worked around dangerous targets. Stripping those plates from federal officers make them easier to identify, follow, and threaten. The 4 lawsuits named the 4 Demon Rat states have moved against confidential plates for federal immigration officers. I'll give you 3 guesses what states have in common, but you only need one. Each runs dark blue. Yeah. I think they're all ran by women, too. Every one of them states has a woman governor. Maine, Oregon, Massive Two Shits. Yeah. So it's just posturing against the immigration policies. That's all it is. Same thing on post-millennial. DOJ sues sanctuary states for blocking DHS and federal agencies from obtaining license plates. All right. I want to do this real quick. There was this thing. I'll pull a little bit of this up real quick before we get into the next story. This was shared with me by Christine. This is this guy, Joe Pags, I guess. He says he has Alan Dershowitz on with him.
I waive any rights. If you're innocent, if you didn't do anything wrong, you have nothing to fear by everything coming out. The only people who should be protected are minors. Remember that the category of women, there are 4 categories of women: the minors, the real victims. Those are real victims. Then there are the 25-year-olds who came back over and over again for $250. They weren't victims. They were, transactional. They wanted $250. Right. Then there's the third category of those people who then became pimps, who then went out and procured other young women, and there are several of those. And then finally, the most interesting group of people, women who never met Epstein.
Donald Trump, the citizen, told the authorities in early 2000s, you got to do something about this guy. He's doing really bad things. We also
that's what they did. Williams, we got $2 for a rally. Thank you so much, Joe. That means right now we are just $16 away from a second additional hour, folks. Just $16 away. Thank you, Joe. That's right, folks. Just $16 away now from adding an hour. So let's see.
That he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. So the left keeps on pretending that the Epstein implication on Trump is the reason why we don't see everything. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's not only thoughts. I have evidence. I actually asked Jeffrey Epstein if Trump was involved. And I said to him, if you can pin anything on Donald Trump, on Bill Clinton, on anybody famous, I can get you a better deal. That's what criminal defense lawyers do all the time.
Yeah, you can get him a better deal, definitely. Check it out. $6 from America First. Thank you. Thank you, America First. That means right now we're just 10, folks. Just $10 away. Just $10 away from a second additional hour. Just 10. That's it. That's all there is. And when we get it, we're going to get into some other good stuff. Thank you so much, America First. He seemed to know a lot about how Epstein worked. He was Epstein's lawyer, so he would know. He was Epstein's criminal defense lawyer, so he would know. Yes, he would know. And he can talk about it now because Epstein's dead.
Right.
They say to clients, I used to say to my criminal law class, if you're going to commit crimes, commit it always with somebody more important than you, so you can turn them in and they can't turn you in. So, if Epstein had anything on Trump, the first thing he would have done was told me, his lawyer, to help him get a better deal, because he was furious with the deal. They call it the sweetheart deal. He fired me. He wouldn't pay my fee. He said it was the worst deal ever. He told Woody Allen I was the worst lawyer ever because I made him go to jail. I made a deal that required him to spend 18 months in jail. Right. But if he had on Trump or Clinton or anybody important, obviously he would have told.
It is Alan Dershowitz. Of course, Dersh.substack.com is the website as well. Check out his new book called Good President Trump Constitutionally. Serve a third term. This is going to be a political football through the midterms. We're going to hear Epstein 30 times.
Okay, I want to hear about it. Will she talk? Ghislaine Maxwell. Where's this about this? Voting rights, mail-in ballots, our elections. Can Trump serve a third term? I'd like to hear what he says about the voting rights and the ballots, too.
Well, the founding fathers were terrible on the issue of voting. Almost nobody voted when the Constitution was written. You had to own property. In some jurisdictions, you had to be a Protestant. You hear a lot about America being a Christian country. It was never a Christian country, but it was sometimes a Protestant country.
Right.
It was virulently anti-Catholic. You should read some of the letters between Adams and Jefferson and what they say about Jesuits. Massachusetts had a law saying if you harbor a Jesuit, you go to prison. And if they
harbor a Jesuit, you go to prison.
By the rules. So I'm glad that the administration is finally enforcing immigration laws, and they're doing a good job of closing the southern border now.
All right, that's awesome. They're doing a great job. Thank you.
But the consensus of Americans is that you have to be constitutionally eligible and a citizen of the United States. And if you're not a citizen, you're not an American. And particularly if you're a citizen of another country, you own your loyalty to another country, and you're not a citizen of the United States, there's no right to vote. And there's no right to vote by mail-in ballot. Now, you may be able to make an argument plausibly that, and it should be, if you're sick and you can't get to the ballot box, if you're a soldier and you're serving abroad, if you're an ambassador, all of that, okay. But just because people are lazy and would rather vote on a computer or vote from home.
Right, just because you're lazy doesn't mean you get a right to vote. So, all right. Can Trump serve a third term?
Yeah, hypothetically, what if you said that no? The answer is no. The framers of the amendment made a big either a mistake or they did it purposely. They had a whole bunch of possible wordings that he couldn't serve, he couldn't act, he couldn't be president, and they rejected them all and instead adopted couldn't be elected president.
Okay.
So there are about 7 ways in which a 2-term president can serve a 3rd term without being elected to it, and I outline them all in my book. I showed the book to President Trump in the Oval Office a few months ago, and he got a good laugh out of it. And he basically said, "Yeah, it's too cute," but I think he got a kick out of it, and I think.
So Trump's not really interested in that at all. So, all right, next story. Besant shut down Iranian airlines after post op-ed and slapped sanctions on the Strait Authority. Isn't Dershowitz the same age as Biden? He's as cognitive as Joe. Yeah, cognitive as Joe. No, he's actually pretty cognitive. I think he's his brain is a lot better, I think, than Joe's. So Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said Thursday he'll be shutting down Iranian airlines after a post op-ed called attention to their illicit cash flow and slapped sanctions on a new Iranian entity set up to toll the Strait of Hormuz. Trump does not want to serve a 3rd term. I agree. He doesn't want to. Hey, look at this. Look at this, folks. Lisa Day with $10 coming in hot.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, Lisa. With that right there, folks, that means we did hit the goal for a 2nd additional hour to the show. So that means we are now $100 away from a 3rd additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much for being super duper duper generous tonight. It is great. 2 extra hours. Maybe Trump can set in his basement his 3rd term like Obama did. Yeah, maybe. No worry about time for Jim. That's fine. I'm good. Good idea. Jesuits are known for not being upstanding actors. I believe Napoleon banned them. They're only recently reformed and started causing harm again. Yeah, we used to have a guy on the show all the time that would be in the chat all the time. I haven't seen him in a while. Choosington or something. Used to be in the chat all the time, and he hated the Jesuits. He hated them. Yes. Well, in God we trust. Yes. Well. Yeah. So Trump or Scott Bessent. Is it Bessent or Bessent? Leads Trump's Operation Economic Fury, a financial squeeze complementing the military efforts. And announced the moves despite reports of a peace framework. Dershowitz supported Trump and switched to the Republican Party, so he's no longer allowed on mainstream media. And he's no longer invited to the cocktail parties and stuff. The Trump administration will be shutting down both Iranian airlines' access to landing spots, refueling, and ticket sales. Only a satisfactory outcome in negotiations will end the downward spiral. He announced. Dubowitz and Maliki warned that Mahan Air and Iran Air had restored 15 international routes since the ongoing ceasefire took effect on April 8th, offering the beleaguered regime an income infusion. Iran Airs are not just flying passengers, they're flying cash, weapons, components, and foreign fighters. They're the 2nd front of Iran's economy, and right now the front is open. Cocktails are overrated. For the cocktail parties? Yeah. When these airlines fly, they have to be refueled. They sell tickets. They pay landing fees. Anyone who accepts those, we will sanction. So they should be very clear that the state-owned Iranian airlines are outlaws and cannot do this. Bessent said that there would be narrow exceptions. Bessent. One thing that we're not going to do is restrict the movement for religious reasons. So Iranians who want to make the pilgrimage to Mecca or Medina will be allowed. Oh, okay. So they're not going to do that because that would have upset the Saudis if you didn't let them fly in for the Hajj. That's why people call them Hajis, because they always go on the Hajj. Just saying. We also will allow valid humanitarian reasons. Bessent also took aim at Iran's new Persian Gulf Strait Authority and warned shipping companies against paying tolls to cross the straits. The Treasury continues our economic fury campaign against the Iranian regime. Their troops are not getting paid. Their police are not reporting for work, and Karg Island is shut down. The Iranian economy and currency are in free fall. Iran's Persian Gulf Strait Authority is a joke, and today the Treasury has sanctioned it. What's it say? Did I hear something about ships going to Texas to get oil and like it better. Yeah, well, no, there's a bunch of ships been going to Texas all along the Gulf Coast to get oil. Not just Texas, but also Louisiana, I believe. Louisiana, and other places to get the oil. Any updates on the Iran deal? Has it been rejected? I haven't seen anything as of yet. I can look. I can look. I can look. Maybe. Hold on. Do this. That's fine. That one's there. Okay. This. All right. This one, do this. Go like this. I'll check real quick. Iran deal. I got that. Let's see. Latest. Israel suggests renewing strikes if deal does not materialize. That's the only thing I see. All right. So we got all right. Some top stories today. Oil prices fall and hold on a second. Let's do this. So we got this. It says Israel suggests renewing military strikes if the deal isn't signed. The ad said it screamed at ICE agent he would whack his family was arrested. That's awesome. I didn't know that, Jim. Johnny Quest sidekick was called Haji, wasn't he? No, was his name Haji? Did anyone hear about the halal at Wendy's? No, I didn't hear that. The blockade has been lifted, or is that just simply a step? The blockade's only going to be lifted when, I believe it's not lifted yet. Scott also said yesterday to a reporter, "You can't fix stupid." Yeah, that was about Gavin Newsom. So, there's this, which says Israel suggests renewing Iran military strikes if the deal does not materialize. Well, yeah, obviously, that's just from today. Ambassador to Australia, Hillel Newman, said on Wednesday the renewed strikes against Iran are possible. Today's Friday. Why would they be doing it? If we can't attain through negotiations, and fine. If we can't, we're going to have to go back to the military campaign. I think this is not. Why is this just published today? This is old news. At the end, the people of Iran must take their destiny in their own hands by weakening the besieged forces and weakening the RGC, by weakening the regime. We are opening perhaps an opportunity for the people of Iran. Well, that's what's with those on the right melting down over refunding the military and rebuilding barracks? I have no idea. Anything about that. All right. Let's do this. Check this out. Mohammed Omar, the Minnesota Somali who escaped a federal fraud arrest and was caught later by jumping out of a fourth floor building, fled to his cousin's home. That cousin has a conviction for stealing millions in fraud. They send the money back to Africa.
Hi, my name's AJ Legault. I'm from CARE 11. Is Muhammad Omar here?
No. Shortly after CARE 11 Investigates began asking questions at North Home Healthcare about allegations of forged records and fraudulent Medicaid billing, its owner, Muhammad Omar, quickly wired millions of Kenya shillings, equaling tens of thousands of US dollars, overseas to invest in real estate, according to new federal court filings. The money trail traces to a pair of luxury apartments in this Nairobi high-rise.
Imagine waking up in the heart of Kileleshwa, surrounded by elegance.
The allure of that life, outside the reach of U.S. law enforcement, is why federal prosecutors asked a judge to order Omar be held in custody pending trial following his wild attempt to escape arrest by jumping from a fourth-story balcony, hobbling to his luxury ride, and fleeing to the home of his cousins in Blaine, Minnesota. Cousins who've already pled guilty to millions of dollars in fraud and investing proceeds in Kenya real estate.
How much money did you move overseas?
Now, for the first time,
every corner of this red.
Because they were going to leave, like the other guy, that the guy that Ellison and them charged and then let him out on bond, the guy that stole like 20 million and then he fled to Kenya. This has been happening. This is what they've been doing. And basically the Democrats want him to leave because, want him to leave. Seen these shows of trolls. Kurt Mills, Steve Bannon has him on the show. Oh. Was that Corey? You're talking about Corey Mills, the congressman? Corey Mills?
President speaks sophistication.
We're getting a look at some of that taxpayer cash, in the case of Mohammed Omar, allegedly stolen through fraud.
It wasn't allegedly stolen. They stole the fucking money. They stole it. Check this out. Michael Solomon Rosario Cruz is not a Mississippi man. He's a criminal legal alien who killed 4 young Americans while driving under the influence. Once again, the Oklahoman and the mainstream media are running cover for a criminal illegal monster. Yeah, Mississippi man charged with 4 counts of murder. Well, let's see here. No, it suggests the suspect is a Mexican national entered the U.S. illegally. He's not a U.S. citizen. Yeah, we'll say that's helpful, right? Yeah, easy to understand. Oh, yeah, neutral on bias, yes. The suspect is a DACA who did not have legal immigration status. How is he a 26-year-old that has DACA? DACA was put in place by Obama. When did he come into the country? I always gotta check out the notes. Mississippi man. Yeah, he's not a Mississippi man. The legacy Democrats is thousands of Americans attacked, robbed, raped, scammed, shot, stabbed. That's them. There he is. I did that. That's him. He did that. Here. Scumbag Tim Walz pardons illegal alien Ja Vang convicted of violent armed robbery on American before ICE deportation to Laos. That's what they're doing. They're trying to keep him from being deported. That's what they're trying to do right here.
I now bring this special meeting of the Minnesota Board of Pardons to order. Pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13 Delta.04, required notice has been provided. This is an extraordinary circumstance which brings us together to consider an application we had originally planned to consider at our scheduled June board meeting. On Thursday, and I may add, the Board of...
We got to hurry up and do it quick before they deport him. That's what he's doing. But you know what? I deport him anyway. I wouldn't care if he's pardoned. Still, he's going.
Pardon consisting of myself as governor of Minnesota, Chief Justice of the Minnesota Supreme Court Hudson, and joining us online is Attorney General Keith Ellison, who is with us online.
Present.
Good morning to you, Attorney General. On Thursday, May 14th, we received notice that one applicant, Jai Vang, was taken into ICE custody and is scheduled to be deported from the United States before the next Board of Pardons meeting. To preserve and assert Minnesota's sovereign state interest in enforcing our own criminal laws and the constitutional rights through the clemency process, I've called this meeting to consider the application. Before we begin, I would turn to Chief Justice Hudson for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Governor. I have no opening remarks at this time.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Attorney General Ellison, any opening remarks?
I have no opening remarks either.
The applicant is requesting a pardon. A pardon may be given to an individual who has finished their sentence and completed a waiting period. No member of the board has requested a second hearing. The board members may ask questions of the Executive Director Stark and Chair Lindstrom, who have joined us, and we may discuss amongst ourselves. We will then have a vote on whether to grant or deny the pardon to Mr. Vang. The board may grant a pardon unless myself as governor or a majority of the board opposes the relief. The applicant has been unanimously recommended for a pardon by the Clemency Review Commission.
Why? He's convicted of fucking armed robbery. And you're only doing this so that he can stay? You want a fucking armed robbery, dude, to stay in the country? If the people, if you fucking Democrat voters don't see what's happening and you don't have a problem with this, holy fuck, man. Holy fuck.
Without the need.
And then it's actually the way what the Democrats, how they acted about Tina Peters getting let out of jail in 2 days. They freaked out and sanctioned and censured the governor for just, commuting her sentence. And they're doing this shit and they think this is a good idea. This should be played everywhere. This shit right here. This is the Democrats. This is who you're voting for. They'll pardon an armed robber, a violent armed robber, just so that they can keep them in the country to vote for them.
For a second hearing. The Clemency Review Commission recommends the Board of Pardons grant a pardon without a second hearing to Jai Vang. At this time, I would mention that Mr. Vang was convicted as an 18-year-old of a robbery involving a firearm.
Oh, a robbery involving a firearm, but got to keep him in the country. Oh, yeah. Eugene Carroll's going down. Oh yeah, we saw this was stuff yesterday. So, all right. Oh, here. So President Trump concludes his high-stakes situation room meeting on the Iran deal. 47 is barreling towards only making a deal that's best for America.
Is what is happening with President Trump at the White House. We're told that he
What happened on
wrapped up
YouTube?
a short time ago, very high-level meeting in the Situation Room,
Tina
where he
Peters is
had
supposed to
said
get out in 2 days.
earlier
Yeah.
before the meeting that he would make a final determination on this potential
hope so.
deal to extend the ceasefire with Iran. He posted earlier today on Truth Social, quote, a lot of data points here. So the first one, Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or bomb. The Hormuz Strait must be immediately open. No tolls, no unrestricted traffic in shipping in both directions, he says. All water mines, bombs, if any, will be terminated, cleared out of the strait. Ships caught in the strait due to our amazing and unprecedented naval blockade, which will now be lifted, he says, may start the process of heading home. Some of them have been trapped on those ships for 90 days. You can imagine what it's like on there. The president of the United States going on to say this: the enriched material, sometimes referred to as nuclear dust, will be unearthed by the United States and destroyed. No money will be exchanged until further notice. So quite a bit to chew on there with regard.
Quite a bit to chew on. Quite a bit to chew on. All right, let's do this. Let's jump into this right now. All right. I always forget the like button until somebody reminds me. That's why I put it in there, because a lot of times people forget. So we got our illegal alien roundup, folks. All right. It's been 2 weeks since the last roundup. We have Montgomery County, Virginia, a man on detainer arrested for strong arm rape. Los Angeles County, illegal alien used nephew, disabled niece for child prawn. Oh my God. A man on detainer gave a 14-year-old an STD. Wow. Look at this. Broward County, Travis County, 2 to 3 arrested for shooting spree. Greene County, Missouri, illegal alien fathering a child with a 12-year-old. This is some gross stuff. All right. Hillsborough, Marion County, Maricopa County. All right. Here we go. Ready? Man on detainer arrested for strong arm rape. Alberto Castillo Bovezo was arrested for strong arm rape. He has an immigration detainer. Yep, fugitive or strong arm rape. ICE detainer, judicial circuit. What's it going to say? There's no news about it. Doesn't say no information. Like, what are they doing here? Hiding in the mountains? I assume you mean Catawba, and I'm not familiar. It looks rural, but not too far from Charlotte. If you mean Montgomery, it's the home of Virginia Tech. Every time I open up X, an illegal immigrant has raped someone in D.C. in North Carolina. Dems must be loving it. Yeah, they think it's funny. I think it's funny. Los Angeles, illegal alien used his nephew and a disabled niece for child porn. This is nuts. Biden, illegal alien, used his own disabled niece and nephew to produce child porn. This is who the Democrats protect for votes. Legal alien unleashed by the Biden regime was sentenced to 50 years in prison. How do you destroy uranium? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know how you destroy it. Yeah, they're all white, all of them. I know a couple men in 70s don't care about voting lib no matter what. Yeah. Well, they're crazy. So, Homeland Security released details about the atrocities inflicted by Angel Emilio Rodriguez Marroquin, a citizen of Guatemala who was living illegally in California. On November 22nd, 2025, they arrested him on charges of producing child porn and possessing child porn. He pleaded guilty to those charges. He used his own nephew and special needs niece, who were both 8 years old, to produce this material. Like wood chipper. Take some wood and a chipper, a wood chipper, put them together. You got a wood chipper. That's where this guy should be headed. On May 18th, Rodriguez Marroquin was sentenced to 600 months in prison. So what is that? 50 years? Something like that, right? 50 years, I think. Yeah, 50 years. Call it what it is, child rape. Yeah, it's 50 years in prison. He should never see the light of day again. They're also leading a child exploitation investigation into the Guatemalan in his home country. He illegally entered the U.S. in 2024 and was released into the interior. Oh, wow. What do you know? Biden just let him in. Just let them all in. This depraved legal alien from Guatemala pleaded guilty to producing and possessing the child porn, which included footage of him assaulting his own nephew and niece with special needs. Wood chipper. Sorry, I sneezed there a little bit. Wood chipper. Oh, man, I'm allergic to something. We know more of this is going on. It's just not reported. This YouTube, that word will get you canceled. Well, I'm just reading the news story. They supposedly dialed back on that stuff. This monster would not have been in our country if it wasn't for the Biden administration. Thanks to ICE, this creep is behind bars, and after he serves his time, he'll be removed from our country. Well, he should be removed immediately, he should be removed immediately out of the world, out of this planet, off this planet. Look at this. 12-year-old girl impregnated by Biden illegal who entered the U.S. with wife and children. Yeah, that story's coming up. I'm going to keep this on the side just in case. Hold on. I'm going to keep that right there just in case. So we'll go back here, share this. I'm going to keep that other one just in case it doesn't give me this. This is who the Democrats protect for votes. Miami-Dade man on detainer gave a 14-year-old an STD. Oh, what do you know? Javier Jose Gonzalez Castillo was arrested for lewd and lascivious battery. Sounds like grape to me. You know, rodeo. Yeah, I know. I've been canceled before, not my first radio. I know she meant rodeo. He has an immigration detainer hold. He was arrested after a 14-year-old told a school officer that she had sex with him and contracted an STD. This is crazy. Yeah. Oh, look, it's a white male. Wow. A white male, 5'9", 150 pounds. I mean, that's definitely a white male, right, Joe? Joe, what do you say? Definitely a white male? Giving 14-year-olds STDs? They must be watching you, troublemaker. Yeah, they do. They watch me. Wow, man. We went up. That's crazy. We went up again to over 200 people watching and then immediately dropped down to 190. That's nuts. Nuts. Another white male. Legacy is that thousands of Americans will be attacked, robbed, raped, and scammed. Yes, that's the legacy. That doesn't look like a white male to me, though. I'm just saying. I'm not being racist. That just doesn't look like a white male. Travis County, Texas. 2 of the 3 arrested for shooting spree, ID'd as illegal aliens. Huh. Last weekend, 3 minors went on a crime spree that included shootings. Yeah, they're always white males. Jersey, SP shield wall, and pushing everybody back. Okay. It's like that red SUV that ran over the Christmas parade, not the illegal driving it. Yeah. Dumbasses, do they not know the pictures of dead giveaway? You would think some people, for the stats, they just look at the stats, and that's why they don't care about the pictures. If you give a child an STV, there's more involved. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. He should have been charged with I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think thoughts come to my mind of what we could do. Like we could take him for a ride, show him the ocean. That's right. What happens if you fill with a tannerite? Just wondering. I think that would be a good experiment, Senglane. It could be a very good experiment. One has been named as Meridian. Fox 7 reports as Kristen Frajado Madaro has an immigration detainer hold. That's why the Supreme Court needs to take up that case. The media shouldn't be able to lie to us. Yeah. In court, it was revealed he's not a U.S. citizen. Currently has an ICE hold. This was that shooting they were going around. It went on for like 2 days, I think, 2 or 3 days. We were just going around randomly shooting people and things. Here I go again. Lost. What do you mean? You're lost. What'd you lose? Sounds lick singled out to whomever. Sorry, not recall. I don't know what that means. I don't know. You like my radio. Yes. I can't live without my radio. Radio. That was a song by, I believe that was a song by LL Cool J. The ladies love Cool J. J tells you. A second suspect has been identified as illegal, but he remains unnamed due to his age. So 16-year-olds also in custody, but not named. Mayorkas needs to be held accountable. His administration financed and encouraged murderers and rapists to enter our country, then lied about it. Yeah, he says the border has never been open. It's not open. That's what he says. That's what he says. Broward County man and detainer arrested for double shooting. Venezuelan national accused of attempted murder in a double shooting, now on immigration detainer hold. Oh, double shooting. Double secret shooting.
The man on your screen has been brought back to South Florida to face charges for a shooting in Margate. Joan Ferre Azuaje was extradited following his arrest in Hillsborough County. Police say the 19-year-old pulled the trigger earlier this month during an argument at a shopping center off State Road 7 between Southwest 2nd Court and Aztec Boulevard. 2 people survived gunshot wounds. The suspect is charged with attempted murder. The shooting happened in the presence of a child, so prosecutors have also charged the suspect with child abuse. He's also facing an immigration hold. The man on your screen has been brought back to South Florida to face.
Okay. And I don't know. We're going to see. This is the one we're going to see. I think I have. But before we get to this one, someone sent me this and I forgot to pull it up. So horrible. A bus driver who caused a deadly crash in Virginia. Jim is a good rapper. Yes. I try to. Bus driver who caused deadly crash in Virginia that killed 5 people is from China and doesn't speak English. I'm a pretty good rapper. Radio, rhythm, boom, the bass sounds at your feet. Turn it up as my cut. It vibrates the concrete. Yo, jam, playing through the hood. My voice on the Kenwood. Listen to the house, y'all. Hurricane tempo. Motivate the bass, create momentum. White Knight's the one you hear. Pumping bass in your ear. Keep it moving in the crowd. Says, bam, bam. I heard Venezuela is a nice place to be now. Could be. Singers of Monty Python, Holy Grail joke. No, I know. Why are my dogs in and out all day long and yours just sleeps like a good boy? Well, she's a good girl and she was running around all day. It's just bedtime now and she's sleeping. The bus driver who caused a fatal crash in Virginia is a naturalized U.S. citizen from China and doesn't speak English. How is that possible? We must understand where they come from and this stuff is normal. How is it a naturalized citizen that doesn't speak English? 5 people were killed, including 2 children, and more than 40 were injured in a crash on I-95. Multiple people were involved in a crash after the bus driver failed to slow down in time and crashed into a Suburban. Suburban got pushed into an Acura SUV. The Acura caught fire. 4 of the 5 people were killed were in the Acura. Well, there was 5 people in the Acura. 5th victim was killed, a 25-year-old woman. Cindy says, no, Jim. Just no. Okay, I won't sing anymore. Find many here. Help me learn. 40 people were taken to the hospital, including 3 with critical injuries. According to the Transportation Secretary, the driver of the bus doesn't even speak English. The driver obtained a CDL in Demon Rat Run, New York. So this was a demon rat that doesn't speak English that was driving a bus full of kids. That's why we shouldn't even let them in the country. I agree. 5 people are dead, including a 13-year-old girl and 7-year-old boy. China. He became a citizen, doesn't speak English. He received his driver's license in New York in 2024. How did he become a citizen? Who paid off who? Is this part of the money that Biden got, the 10% of the big guy for the big buy that Biden got? Damn. All right. Well, while we're at it, I got to start another goal over there on the YouTubes. Another goal on the YouTubes. Yep. Yep. No. How did that happen? Start another goal, 10 chats for $10 for 1 hour. Nice. We're right now third. We're 100 away from a third hour. 1 hour. All right, 10, 10, 10. Boom. All right, new goal started on YouTube for another hour show. Boop, boop, boo, 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 boop, boo, boo, boo. And just remind everybody to please, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Because, well, I'm not drunk and I still can't type. Jim sounds like he's getting drunk. No, I'm good. Any update on a Florida Supreme Court case against the states giving CDLs to illegals who can't read or write size? The Supreme Court refused to take the case. The Supreme Court refused to take the case. They, even though they are only the court of original jurisdiction, and Florida has no other place to actually get any type of legal recourse. They just, there was a dissent written by Alito and Thomas, basically saying, "What are you doing? We don't have a right to not take these cases. We have to take these cases." So that's what happened. Our investigators are reviewing New York licensing records, training, and documentation. Any company or trainer or school that contributes to putting an unqualified driver on a road will face intense scrutiny. Let's hope so. My prayers are with the loved ones of the innocent victims who lost their lives. Update on the buscast: 5 people, 13-year-old girl, and a boy. Well, I wonder, does it matter if they're a citizen of the U.S.? They don't have the requirement to speak and read English if they're a U.S. citizen? Is it possible? I'm just wondering. Greene County, Missouri, a legal alien accused of fathering a child with a 12-year-old. Legal immigrant released into the country under the Biden administration was accused of raping a 12-year-old girl in Missouri, resulting in her pregnancy. Investigators say the Colombian national Brianne Escobar Guarnizo even admitted to the detective that we only had sex one time and acknowledged possessing nude images of the girl on his phone. Supreme Court has been useless since the founding of the country. YouTube let that chat through. They are slipping. Authorities arrested Escobar Guarnizo in Greene County, Missouri in 2024 after the child's mother contacted law enforcement after discovering his daughter was pregnant. Wow. No. So we'll go to Border Hawk for this one. 12-year-old girl impregnated by a Biden illegal. Wow. An illegal alien unleashed in the U.S. by the Biden regime has been sentenced to 25 years in prison for raping and impregnating a preteen girl in Missouri. Federal authorities have released his history. He was a Colombian national born in 1995. In 2023, he illegally entered the U.S. with his wife and 2 children. So this guy, what's up, Marlene? Thanks for being here. Good evening, mods and everyone else. Virginia should sue New York now and make sure to use the word shall preside over. Well, Virginia won't, because Virginia don't care. Virginia don't care. That's the problem. Virginia don't care. Virginia is run by a crazy lady who they're protecting illegals too. The following year, he was arrested in Springfield after a woman alerted police her 12-year-old daughter had been raped and was pregnante. An ensuing investigation revealed that they had raped the child at least once, and they had explicit photographs. The mother's victim told investigators that they knew Escobar from their time living in Colombia, and had helped him move to the U.S. So they helped this guy, illegal alien, come to the U.S., and that's how he rewarded them. Even relocated them from Jersey to live near them and his family in Missouri. Wow. Escobar reportedly sent messages to the victim indicating that he was infatuated with her and was no longer in love with his wife. He pleaded guilty to sexual exploitation of a minor, and he was sentenced to 300 months in prison. Why only 300 months in prison? This doesn't make any sense to me. Why only 300 months? Like, that's only 25 years. You got Miss CIA running your state into the ground. Yeah, you do. The dirtbag was charged with production of child porn and sexual exploitation of a minor after he raped and impregnated a 12-year-old. Thanks to the investigative work of ICE and other law enforcement officials, state and local partners, this child predator has been tossed into was sentenced to 25 years behind bars. Don't we hear this every single day? I'm stunned how little horror and outrage there is by the general public. Real people should be active and vocal, demanding immediate expulsion of illegal alien criminals. Davidson County, Tennessee, man, a detainer arrested for attempt murder. Right, it only takes once, man. Only takes once. Damian P. Gomez Perez has been arrested for attempted murder of a single victim shooting. He is an immigration detainer hold. He was taken into custody by police at gunpoint and treated for injuries of his own. Let's see what we got here.
A suspect is facing charges following a shooting at a South Nashville apartment.
Megan Feeds at the WKRN.com alert desk now with more from an arrest warrant just into the newsroom. Megan.
Nicole, Mark, good morning. Arrest records show this shooting happened around 3 p.m. Friday on Welch Road. A witness told Metro Police the suspect had been arguing with the victim in an apartment before shooting him in the chest multiple times. According to that arrest warrant, the victim was taken to Vanderbilt University Medical Center with multiple gunshot wounds. That suspect, 27-year-old Damian Gomez Perez, was detained after officers held him at gunpoint and was also taken to the hospital with injuries. Gomez Perez now faces multiple charges, including attempted homicide. He's being held on a $1,100,000 bond.
A suspect is
$1,100,000 bond. Wow, that's crazy. Didn't they got Chud the builders like? Yeah. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. So a $1 million bond, a $50,000 and $50,000 bond, homicide, felony, charge 1, charge 2.
A suspect is
got that. Date of birth. Oh, look at, he's a white male. What do you know? A white male. Did they show his picture? Did we see his picture? This offender is being held for not eligible for release. DNA testing require ICE detainer. Yeah, Damian P. Gomez Perez was a white male. Definitely. Come on, Tennessee. What? Huh? They show his picture at all?
Metro Chest Center as Perez was detained.
They don't show his picture probably because they don't want to be able to prove that they're lying about being a white male. San Joaquin County, California, illegal alien truck driver accused of killing 2. DHS confirms that the semi-truck driver arrested for killing 2 people in a hit-and-run crash near Sacramento yesterday is an illegal Indian illegal alien. My sister Laura is currently typing her first post to you, Jim, and she's a pecker. Oh, okay. That's awesome. Oh, here we go. My 5-year-old nephew was run over by a Mexican illegal alien and killed in '96 on New Year's Eve. He skipped the country and went back to Mexico, never did any time. Well, can we get him? Can we put a bounty on him and go get him? I mean, I'm just saying, like, we should be able to get a bounty and go get his ass. Because I I'm sorry to hear about your nephew. That's horrible. I had a cousin killed by an illegal alien drunk driver. It's brutal what goes on. This guy's name is Manveer Singh, and we have to import our hillbillies nowadays. He allegedly tried to flee the scene on foot after the crash. Yeah, he shouldn't have been here. Nope, none of them should be here. Perez is a white male. Yeah, that's what they're saying. He's a white male. They didn't show his picture, though, because then we would bust him out. That's why they try to do that. Yeah, none of them should be here. That's why I say when people say, oh, we just want to get rid of the worst of the worst. We don't want to get this. No, because they don't consider none of these. Greg, you're going to go away now because that's just a lie. You're going away now, Greg. Bye-bye, Greg. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Greg. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. ICE has placed a detainer on him with local law enforcement. This is the fourth Indian illegal alien truck driver with the last name Singh. I don't know. Yeah, the first thing they did here was coming to crime. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice to see you. Yeah. If they're here 20 years, you have a great time to get their citizenship. Yeah, well, here's the thing. They're all criminals, and these people that like to say, like, oh, no. If you look at this, you look at the stats of the people that are in prison for committing crimes, like the federal system, federal crime, federal criminal judiciary is over 30%. It's like 34% illegal aliens in the federal prisons. So how is it possible that they're not committing 30% of how much crime are they committing? They must be committing 30%, of the crime if they're 30% of the prison population, right? Yeah, Singh. There's been a lot of Singh has been committing crimes. There's the crash he caused. Criminal alien from India should never been behind the wheel. That's right. Should never been behind the wheel. CBP needs to prioritize supporting the Muslims and Indians and Chinese above rounding up Latin American land speakers. Well, 2A Texan. No, they all have to go. They all have to go. The media and the judiciary are trying to normalize the heinous behavior, dumb us down and numb us down. Yes, that's what they're trying to do, Jonathan. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Chatham County, North Carolina, man and detainer accused of kidnapping and raping a 13-year-old. Wow. In January, Brian Lizandra Martinez Saucedo was charged with statutory rape of a child, kidnapping, and contributing to delinquency. This to me sounds like it's just straight up, child molestation, rape. That's what it should be called. It shouldn't be called this other crap. At the time, Martinez Saucedo was in Orange County, North Carolina, custody on immigration detainer hold, facing 42 pending charges between Orange and Wake counties. Wow, 42 charges. Wow. He either makes up his own facts or he's a cult member. He's just an idiot. Just one of these people who likes to say the stuff that is like insane, like beyond lies, propaganda that's beyond lies. All the Orange County charges, most relating to breaking and entering motor vehicles, have since been dismissed, but his October 2025 Wake County DWI charges remain open. As for his newest charges in Chatham County, reveals that he's accused of raping a 13-year-old girl at some point, kidnapped her in a stolen car. Oh, wow. Steals a bunch of cars, rapes people. What do you know? It says he's race, currently unavailable. Yeah, currently unavailable race. Unknown. Unknown race. We don't know. We don't know. Harris County, Texas, man and detainer arrested for a double murder. It appears that Padillo Castro, the 17-year-old arrested and charged with capital murder in Houston, is in the country illegally, according to Harris County's current available records. They're keeping them for the free labor and mail-in Democrat ballots. Yes, that's what they're doing. So booking date, 5/15/2026. Immigration violation. Yeah. Maduro. He's from Honduras. Capital murder, multi-murder. Wow. They've arrested a suspect charged in a shooting at 2 males on April 11th. Oh. I wonder if this guy's listed as Ozameni Alexander Padilla Castrillo. Probably listed as a white male. What do you think? You think he's listed as a white male? Oh, yeah, he's listed as a white male. I'll put money on it. I'll put monies on it. Federal judge again blocks Texas law allowing for the arrest of illegal aliens. That's crazy. Hillsborough County, Florida, a man and detained arrested for sex crimes. Francisco Ramirez Mendez was arrested for multiple offenses relating to child pornography and sexual abuse. He has an immigration detainer hold. It's like there's this thing. I'm just going to say another white boy, white female. Yeah. I mean, it's just too many of them. We got to get all these cracky ass crackers. Got to get these crack ass crackers out of here. U.S. military leader held rare meeting with senior Cuban military officials near base at Gitmo. Oh, very interesting. So this guy admitted to inappropriate contact with the juvenile while acting as a caretaker. Oh, what do you know? Another white male, clearly. Another white boy. Wow, look at all these child possession. Man arrested for sex abuse case. Suspected child exploitation contact on his phone. I mean, they just keep them coming. But I think there is a serious issue is because some of these places they don't have the same they don't have the same kids, they don't protect kids the way we do here. I think that's what it is. Marion County, Indiana, man and detainer arrested for fatal crash. Oh, look at this. Stanley Lewis, now an immigration detainer, has been accused of traveling nearly 100 miles an hour before killing Haley Clark on Christmas Day. Huh. Call it what it is, child rape. Yes, it is. If they want an immigrant to come here, they can sponsor them. I know several that have. Well, Lurch Slinger, I would say that's how they should do it, but that's not what they're doing. Yeah, please hit the like button, people. Please hit it. Kennedy Center must remove Trump's name from a federal building. Well, I think that's going to be appealed because I saw it, but the judge issued an injunction. But an injunction can't make them do stuff. An injunction only stops them from doing something. So this is where the judge is a little wrong with that. The judge issued an injunction and ordered them to remove the name. That's not how an injunctive relief works. Injunction maintains the status quo. And the status quo is his name is on the building. So that's not how that works. Love your show, Jim, but it reminds me of the Cuban crisis. Well, it does a little bit. I mean, that's what happened. Basically, the same thing that happened in the 80s, like the early 80s, the Mariel boat lift. Same thing happened in Venezuela and these other countries. They just emptied their prisons and mental hospitals and sent them here. That's what happened. I don't know how it's going to be fixed. Well, I do know how it's going to be fixed. You're going to deport them all. Best and brightest making their contribution to our society. Without this diversity, we're going to fail as a country. Yeah, no. Trump put out a big True Social, sounded like he has pushed Kennedy Center into Congress's lap. Yeah, look, another white boy. Yeah, he's obviously a very good boy. You ain't kidding.
All right, some other developing news we're following tonight. A man is now in custody accused of causing a deadly crash on Christmas morning. Take a look at this. This was the scene at 38th and Medhofer around 2:45 Christmas morning back in 2025. Court documents say 25-year-old Stanley Lewis was driving around 100 miles an hour when he struck and killed Haley Clark. The court documents we obtained says Lewis's blood alcohol level was twice the legal limit at the time of this crash. He faces 4 charges, including reckless homicide and operating a vehicle without ever receiving a license. Jail records show he also has a federal ICE hold.
Wow. Haven't heard anything about Trump's decision as of yet. I mean, I guess we'll know when they, if they start bombing or not bombing would be think would happen. Something along those lines. What is that? I'm supposed to be here today. Hold on. Oh, my bad. Stanley Jean is presumed to be Haitian. Not sure why. No one's reporting this. So a Haitian. Haitians. Maricopa County, Arizona. Illegal alien arrested for crash that killed daughter. So his daughter was killed. Illegal alien Brenda Lilian Rivera Estrada arrested by ICE after she was charged with manslaughter for her daughter's death in a rollover crash. Man.
Troy, that's right. We're told the suspects, 3 other kids were in the car that day as well. They were all heading north on the I-17 Sunday morning, and now we're learning from prosecutors that that 30-year-old mother was high, a claim she denied in court.
Brenda Rivera Estrada, seen shaking her head no multiple times during her initial appearance, responding to prosecutors claiming she was high on marijuana when she reported
high on marijuana
on Sunday, killing her young daughter.
High on marijuana.
According to DPS, Estrada was driving on the I-17 with 4 of her kids, ranging from 1 to 11 years old.
Multiple witnesses stated that she was driving above the posted speed limit, which was 65, Your Honor. They said that she was passing vehicles. She was driving recklessly.
Their car rolled over. One of the children, a 9-year-old girl, DPS says was thrown from the vehicle and died, saying she was sharing a seatbelt with one of her siblings. Estrada and her 3 other children were hurt and taken to the hospital. When investigators examined the car, they said they could smell marijuana, believing impairment played a role in the crash.
The suspect chose to get in a vehicle where she was allegedly under the influence of marijuana.
Estrada reportedly told troopers she had smoked the morning before. She is now facing manslaughter and child abuse charges.
I think that it's just a tragedy.
The judge issued Estrada a $100,000 bond, saying if she gets out, she cannot drive her children.
Oh, good. Atlantic County, New Jersey, illegal alien arrested for fatal shooting. Illegal alien Franklin J. Felipe de la Paz has been charged with manslaughter with the death of Jelu Marielen Palenda Lopez. Interesting. Felipe de la Paz told police he had purchased a gun on the street in New York. They also found extended magazine capable of having 30 rounds. Oh, no. Source right here. Breaking. Justice delayed, justice denied. All illegals need to be deported. Here goes the story here. Allow this time. So, a night that started with 3 friends eating dinner and getting ready to watch a movie ended with one dead and the other one jailed. Oh. Are they all illegal aliens? Will Massey read the names into the record? No, he won't. Only 4 must have let half her kids at home. Not the marijuana. Yeah, no such issue in Florida. I got that. I'll pull that up in a second. Thank you, Joe. Or Gundam. I'm sorry. Thank you, Gundam. Sad. It is sad. So, J. Lou Marialan Palenda Lopez died of a single gunshot wound to the head. Franklin J. Felipe de la Paz was ordered held in jail. He is charged with aggravated manslaughter, downgraded to a lesser charge of manslaughter for recklessly pointing a gun at the victim. So he just recklessly pointed the gun at the victim and fired. Hard to read things that never existed. What's that? What never existed? Did the Ruskies attack Romania? I don't know. I didn't hear anything like that. The defendant insists he did not mean to shoot her, that the gun accidentally discharged as they spoke. The victim was close friends and his girlfriend, the defense attorney said. When police arrived, they were all hysterical. They cooperated with police and they broke down in tears and dry heaving, told them what happened. The 3 had just finished dinner when they went to sit on the couch, get ready to watch a movie. It's when he realized his gun was stuffed between the couch cushions, so he took it to put it away in his bedroom. Oh, yeah, hard to heed their names. Okay, Massey, hard to need names that never existed. Yeah. As he walked up the stairs, he told them he was in a hurry, and the movie was long, and he was had to work in the morning. So he turned to tell her he was hurrying when the gun accidentally went off. When the state presented it as the defendant fragrantly waved a gun around, Settle said it was simply his client's habit of talking with his hands. This was completely a freak accident. So he told police he purchased a gun on the street in New York. They also found extended magazine. State did not charge him with the illegal firearm, but he could face a federal charge. So the state did not charge him. State did not charge him with an illegal gun. A drone hit an apartment building in Romania, both sides claiming the other did it. Yeah. It was probably, who knows? Who knows who it was? They noted he has no criminal history and argued his client proved that he's not a flight risk since he was not immediately arrested in the case and stayed where he told police he would be. The New York gun laws for law-abiding citizens hard at work. Yeah, right? Now, if you're a law-abiding citizen, if they just found you with the gun, zero muzzle control, no problemo. If they just found you with the gun, they would arrest you. But this guy, they're like, we won't charge you with that crime. It's a terrible tragedy. It was a complete accident. In the meantime, Superior Court Judge Christine Smith ordered him held in Atlantic County Justice Facility. If it was American, they would have prosecuted him. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. You're damn right there. Damn Skippy, they would have. Damn Skippy. Justice delayed is justice denied. Pointing a gun at someone, no matter how it happens, is not an accident. Yeah, I agree. Never point a gun at anybody. Never, ever, ever. Ever, 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 ever point a gun at nobody. Franklin County, Virginia, legal and arrested for grape and child prawn. Jorge Enrique Garcia Rodriguez was arrested for forcible intercourse, victim under 13. Why not just call it grape? Grape crush, something? I don't know. He's also been charged with 6 counts of possession of child pornography. Wow. Following the investigation, Jorge Enrique Garcia Rodriguez, 31-year-old, was arrested and charged with one felony count of forcible intercourse with a victim under the age of 13. He's currently being held without bond in Western Virginia Regional Jail. I'm sure that they're going to pardon him, though, because that way they don't want him to get deported. He is a federal detainer. Male. No race. It just says male. Well, got a lot of this stuff happening. A lot of this stuff happening. Looks white to you. Yeah. Remember Dick Cheney accidentally shot Harry Whittington? Wink, wink. Yeah, he accidentally shot him in the face with a shotgun while they were hunting. Which, if I'm not mistaken, they never said that the gun went off by accident. I think they just said that the guy stepped in front of him when he was firing or something like that. I swear it's like calling homeless unhoused. Call it what it is. Child grape. Yep. Forestry mulcher. Yeah, that's what we need. Let's call it what it is. Yes, I agree. Put that grape guy in General Pop. You ain't kidding. Man on detainer arrested for murder of a baby. Yesterday, Nieves Alexander Acosta Maldonado was charged with murder and the death of his 8-month-old son. Acosta Maldonado has been on an immigration detainer hold. Court record states that the medical examiner reported that the baby's injuries were caused by non-accidental trauma due to abusive head trauma. Were they trap shooting or shooting clays? I thought they were like quail hunting. I thought they were quail hunting. No, not Dan quail hunting. They were just quail hunting. Flush twice. It's a long way to Gitmo. I agree. Records state that he confessed to shaking and forcibly placing the baby in the crib. Oh, yep. It's a white male right there. See, it says white male. White. Uh-huh. Murder and felony child abuse is what they're charging them with. In Fresno County, California, an illegal alien was arrested for a 4-year-old's hit and run. You beat you to the quail joke? I see Spencer Pratt correcting a reporter about the homeless were really addicts. Oh, we can pull that up. Don't have a kid if you can't handle crying babies. Yeah. Islam would appeal. I just can't, and he's not white. Right? That's what I'm saying. Means a lot. Well, it means a lot to me, too. Indian illegal hit and run. Another illegal Indian hit and run near Sanctuary, California. ICE captures an Indian illegal charged with hit and run of a 4-year that nearly killed a 4-year-old boy in Sanctuary, California. Islam would not appeal to Hispanic males. You think so? Maybe. I don't know. Federal authorities apprehended the illegal alien from India who was arrested following a hit-and-run collision that left a 4-year-old in critical condition in California. The shocking incident unfolded at 8 p.m. on April 28th in Fresno, California. We, the Ultra Magna, Nuclear Magna, Extreme MAGA of Planet People E, our best is yet to come. MAGA, make all great again. Yes. That's all I can read that. The shocking incident unfolded. The young boy was playing on a home swing set, managed to exit the yard through a gate and wandered into a nearby roadway. Several drivers stopped to avoid hitting the child, but another motorist swerved into a bike lane in an attempt to bypass the traffic and struck the victim. Oh, this motherfucker going to go bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Can whites file a class action lawsuit for reputational damage from all these forces? That's a good question. I don't see why not. I mean, you could sue anybody for anything, so why not? We need to get a lawyer to do this. That's what we need. The at-fault driver stopped briefly and sped away. The boy was hospitalized in critical but stable conditions, expected to survive. Police tracked down 31-year-old Aman Kumar. Oh, Kumar was just on his way to White Castles with Harold. Harold and Kumar were just on their way to White Castles. But you know what? I prefer the sequel. Harold and Kumar get thrown in Gitmo. There he is. Definitely another white male. ICE San Francisco arrested the illegal alien in Fresno for the hit and run. ICE did what FPD couldn't and put him back behind bars. They let him out. America first. That's right. No white can never be victims. Yeah, there you go. Wow. Martin County, Florida, a legal alien arrested for the assault of a 12-year-old. Just assault of a 12-year-old. Henry Perez Ribeiro, sexual assault of a 12-year-old girl, caught by the girl's mother. He should have been, the girl's mother should have used the good old-fashioned Samuel Colt-led insertion tool to solve this problemo.
You know, the sheriff is calling this a deeply concerning case, saying investigators believe the suspect had been in contact with the girl for years. And as summer break is quickly approaching, the sheriff is urging parents to pay close attention to who their children are interacting with. And advocates say the danger isn't always a stranger.
Somebody that would come and take advantage of a child, these are terrible human beings.
Tonight, Henry Perez Ribeiro sits behind bars at the Martin County Jail. The sheriff says he was caught over the weekend after the girl's mother found him with her 12-year-old daughter. Investigators say this was not just one incident and believe the abuse may have started when the girl was just 10 years old. And they say this was someone the family knew.
This was not an online chatter that we know of. there was a family connection.
The case is not like last week's Martin County sting, where deputies posed as minors online and arrested 6 men heading to meet a child. But the sheriff says whether online or in person, parents need to stay alert.
Be vigilant. We're going into the summertime. Older kids are able to stay home alone, but they're on their phones, they're interacting with people.
Take care, Iroll.
And Perez Robiero is being held in the county jail without bond tonight, and we have learned through jail records that an ICE detainer is being held on him.
Travis and Bastrop, I don't know, County, Texas, illegal alien arrested for a woman's murders. Previously deported Mexican national linked to the murders of 2 women and the shooting of 2 others. Wow. 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 Wow.
New evidence from a cell phone leading to a breakthrough in 2 unsolved Central Texas murder cases. According to arrest records obtained by KXAN investigators, 26-year-old Luis Benitez Gonzalez is charged with murder in the June 2024 killing of Alyssa Ann Rivera. Her body was found inside an abandoned home in Southeast Austin. And then 2 years ago, APD used DNA to link Rivera's death to another unsolved murder, the 2018 death of a woman in Bastrop.
And tonight, KXAN's Avery Travis explains how 2 shootings from last year led detectives to believe Benitez Gonzalez is their suspect, Avery.
Guys, just months ago, at the end of 2025, 2 women were shot within a month of each other, both at apartment complexes on Burton Drive, which is in Southeast Austin. And this is where things really start to get connected. Both victims identified their attacker through selfies taken on his phone. The phone wrestled away from that suspect by one of those victims before he shot her. All of this is according to a new arrest affidavit we obtained today. It says ballistic evidence tied these 2 2025 shootings together, and then photos from that cell phone helped them identify Benitez Gonzalez, including photos showing locations at or near the spots of that 2018 and 2024 homicide as well. We already knew a little bit about those 2 crimes. We knew they were sexual in nature. We knew they shared some other similarities, including DNA that pointed to a shared murder suspect. In 2024, our team spoke with Rivera's mother as she grappled with the heartbreak of losing her daughter.
We love you, Alyssa. We miss you. We'll never stop trying to find out who did this to you. Never. She had the most loving soul. She would have done anything for anybody.
At the time when we spoke with her mother, she noted how devastating it was to hear that there might have been another crime connected to her daughter's murder. And also, we'll note, she asked us at that time, 2 years ago, not to show her face because she was terrified of a killer still at large.
And we know that that suspect, Benitez Gonzalez, is now in custody. What are we hearing from him about the accusations?
We learned quite a bit through these arrest records because of an interview with Austin police and this suspect. You know, initially he denied involvement in all 4 incidents, the 2 shootings and the 2 killings. Eventually, though, he confessed to those killings. He repeatedly told police it was in self-defense.
Self-defense.
In fact, at one point, he said it was either me or her. Now, Austin police, throughout that affidavit, assert that they disagree with that. They say that a pattern of violence against women throughout these 4 incidents is evident. They also say that the evidence contradicts the self-defense claim.
Yeah, because the evidence contradicts it. So here's the Mexican national that killed all these people. Look at him. 2018 murders. He's murdered all these women. He's a serial killer. He previously been deported in 2020, and he was immigration detainer hold in Travis County. Collected 2 separate 2025 assaults incidents. Both female victims had been shot. They believed he was a suspect in a woman's murders. When speaking to investigators, he framed his actions in the murders as self-defense, but investigators say his claim is contradicted by the evidence. Yeah. Here's is this what we just watched?
Central Texas murder cases. According to arrest records obtained 2 years ago, APD
shot within a month of each other.
Yeah, we saw this already. All right. We saw that already. All right. Monmouth County, New Jersey, man and detainer arrested for violent carjacking. At least one of the 2 men accused of slashing a taxi driver in the face during a January carjacking is not an immigration detainer hold. Valdemar Sandoval Herrera, pictured, was arrested. He's a white male. What do you know? Another white male arrested for Howell Township Police, 20-year-old Valdemar Sandoval Herrera in Ashbury Park. The other suspect, Melvin J. Cruz Salmoron of Neptune, was previously arrested, remains in custody. Yes, he's a white male, 20 years old. Due to changes in Georgia state law, mugshots are no longer available for viewing online. Yeah, they don't want to show you what he is because then you'll know he's not white. But I thought they said this is New Jersey. Nassau County, New York, illegal arrested for a series of arson fires. Legal alien accused arsonist was released from jail due to the bail law, but was turned over to ICE.
It was here in Freeport where police say a 27-year-old man set multiple cars on fire. And you can see there is still some of the aftermath of one of those car fires over the weekend here on the ground in this parking lot. This was one of 10 cars the suspect allegedly set ablaze.
Allegedly.
We heard that it was somebody going through in the middle of the night setting a car on fire.
People in Freeport were extremely concerned that Elder Lopez Avalos allegedly set 10 cars in the neighborhood on fire.
He'll open up the gas cap. He'll take a ripped T-shirt that he carried with him. He'd stuff it in almost like a wick to light anything else. He let it soak up the gas that's inside that car, then he light it on fire.
In this exclusive video, you can see one of the vehicles burst into flames. Nassau County Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder said Lopez Avalos's goal in some of these incidents was to have the fire spread.
He'd pick an area where there's a group of cars, so it's almost like he wanted it to jump to the next one. The last one that happened 2 nights ago, it jumped between 3 cars.
According to court paperwork, the fires were all set in Freeport at Municipal Lot 1, near the Woodward Children's Center, and on Brookside Avenue. Lopez Avalos is being charged with 6 counts of arson.
Arson is not a bail-eligible crime. Instead, this defendant or any defendant accused of such crime is released on non-monetary conditions.
The 27-year-old was released without bail. A spokesperson for Governor Kathy Hochul's office released a statement saying, in part, the governor's top priority is keeping New Yorkers safe. This is why she held up 2 state budgets to strengthen our bail laws and give judges more discretion to keep repeat and dangerous offenders behind bars.
This individual was a legal migrant in our community, setting places on fire. And because the judge had no choice, this individual would have been released to the community.
This morning, Lopez Avalos was taken into custody by Nassau police. They say he was not in this country legally and turned him over to United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Wow, turn him over. Wow, we got 10 from Christine. She says, serial killers, some lonely woman is going to fall in love with him now. Probably. Thank you so much for the 10, Christine. With that means, folks, we're now 90 away, just 90 away from adding a 3rd additional hour to the show tonight. Thank you so much, everybody. He was practicing making jumbo Molotov cocktails, practicing bartending. Yeah. You think he suffers from white privilege? Maybe. Let's see. Let's see what it says. Here we go. This is him. Yes, he's definitely white. Yeah. Bomb squad investigators, 6 counts of 3rd-degree arson. He was let him go. Media coverage. He was released from jail. Let's see.
On fire. We're all subjects to states immigration and.
Oh, we already saw this. All right. I don't know why he keeps repeating stuff. In New York, you can set cars on fire and they let you out of jail. I'm shocked they actually turned him over. You ain't kidding. Dallas County, Texas. 2 illegal aliens arrested for the murder of an unborn child. ICE now confirming the 2 thugs that shot a 17-year-old pregnant teen in Texas, murdered her unborn baby, are illegal aliens. They're now charged with capital murder. It's not just a technical foul, it's capital murder.
And we also spoke with ICE, who tells us that the 2 suspects charged with capital murder are not in the United States legally.
He was very happy. He was very, very happy.
Cynthia Trevino's 17-year-old granddaughter was 22 weeks pregnant.
It was a blessing for us and they took it away from us.
Pregnant until she was shot in her pelvis. Her baby subsequently struck in his hand while inside her womb as they rode in her boyfriend's vehicle in Pleasant Grove on May 3rd.
I'm very angry.
According to an arrest warrant affidavit, the suspects, 17-year-old Yeremy Zapata Elman and 20-year-old Keener Calero Hiron, had an argument with the girl's boyfriend at a 7-Eleven. The boyfriend drove off, but the suspects followed him and shot into his SUV. He and his juvenile sister in the vehicle were not injured, but Trevino's granddaughter was shot through her pelvis. She survived, but her baby boy, shot in the womb, died after an emergency C-section.
Why in the world they have guns?
The suspects led police on a chase before crashing out. Police found a handgun, cocaine, and ecstasy. Fox 4 has learned that ICE has placed immigration detainers on the two suspects who illegally entered the United States. Calero Hiron, a citizen of Nicaragua, was encountered by U.S. Border Patrol in the Rio Grande Valley in December 2022 after unlawfully entering the U.S. from Mexico. Zapata Elman is a citizen of Honduras, but ICE did not provide additional details about his case.
They're going to live with that for the rest of their life. They destroy their own life because they're young.
Both suspects face a capital murder charge. If those charges hold, they'll face either the death penalty or a mandatory life sentence in prison.
Cool. Let's see. If Massey starts reading the names into the record, will Rickroll music switch on? Maybe. I don't know. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie. Never gonna run around and hurt you. Never gonna give you up. Other than that, they were good boys. Yes, other than that. Well, we are approaching 4 hours, and at 4 hours, the automatic shut off on Instagram happens. So if you're on Instagram watching right now, anybody on Instagram, if you want to, come over to YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Kick or Facebook or X. Come over to any of those places and continue watching the show. But if you're on Instagram, we're going to say goodbye to you on Instagram right now because 4 hours is when it gets cut off. So Instagram, come back tomorrow, Instagram, for Jim to tell you the news. Everywhere else, we're going to keep on going. Yeah. For a little while anyway. Yeah. Day White. Yeah. Yep. Day White. No singing. Yes. Nice. Love the singing. Oh, okay. Say goodbye to the Zookbot. Well, technically, we're still on Facebook because Instagram has a 4-hour cutoff. Facebook has an 8-hour cutoff. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. Woman on detainer arrested for crash that killed 2. Broward County, Florida. Cuban national Sierra Quiones Lewis has been arrested after a Mother's Day accident that killed 2 women and injured others, including a 1-year-old. Authorities say she improperly stopped her car outside of a lane. That's a Cubano right there. She's a white female from Cuba. Failure to drive, failure to do, failure to these. Oh. Wow. Raga. Oh. She caused a 5-car chain reaction collision. She stopped her car outside lane while trying to help a family member whose car was disabled. Quiones Lewis has an immigration detainer hold is charged with driving while suspended license, failure to return a driver's license or registration after insurance cancellation. It's an ongoing investigation. Something wrong with her nose, too. Like underneath here, her nose, like something looks like it's scarred up. Maybe it got cut up or something. Some damage there. Something going on there. Immigration hold. Fort Lauderdale.
5 victims in total. We do know that a 1-year-old baby girl is here at Broward Health Medical Center. We're told in critical condition, fighting for her life. 2 others are also here, and sadly, 2 other victims died in the crash.
A horrific crash involving a minivan, a white Dodge, and a motorcycle along I-75 by Indian Trace in Weston, leaving the westbound lane shut down for hours Sunday afternoon with the vehicles mangled and debris scattered all over the roadway. Traffic cameras rolling, showing the response. Ambulances on scene. In total, there are 5 victims. A child was airlifted while 2 other victims were rushed to Broward Health Medical Center, that child fighting for her life. 2 people tragically died. We've learned ICE is involved in the case. One of the drivers involved in the crash, 60-year-old Cita Quinones Lewis, was arrested. She was supposed to appear in bond court today.
Ms. Quinones waiving her appearance.
She's been placed on an immigration hold and charged with driving with a suspended license.
The fact that somebody died, Ms. Quinones shouldn't have been on the road to begin with. When that
shouldn't have been in the country. Shouldn't have been on the road.
Shouldn't have been on the road to begin with, is what that attorney said in bond court. The judge ordering no bond on.
Yeah, shouldn't have been in the country either. How about that? That's right, La Raza for Trump. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. She's cute. She's cute. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing? BTM Reviews Bourbon Channel. What's up? Thanks for stopping by, Dave. Cool. Mm-hmm. How many years has she been here? It doesn't say. It doesn't give me any of that information. 58-year-old who was passenger in a vehicle directly behind Lewis's Fiesta. The second victim was a 60-year-old woman. Says not legally in our country. Let's see what it says. English. So this says she was arrested, multiple vehicle crash. A 60-year-old Cuban was arrested. Driver stopped. Quinones is from the province of Guantanamo. She's from Guantanamo. Was also injured. Jail records indicate she faces 2 charges. The type of immigration detention is independent of criminal charges. Just it doesn't say when she came here, how she got here. I don't think we have the I don't think we have the other thing. I don't think we have the wet foot, dry foot stuff anymore in the U.S. St. Louis County, Missouri, 2 illegal aliens arrested for babies torture. You heard that right. Babies torture. She could have been here 20 years. Yeah, who's no telling? No telling. She fell out of an ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. Did she even have a license? Answer. No. No, she lost her license because she never had insurance, so they revoked her license. They told her to turn it in, and she didn't. Maybe we need to show these folks what hazard lights are for. Maybe. Send letters to Supreme Court Justice via U.S. mail addressed to Justice full name on 1 First Street, along with the case information. Last week's illegal aliens Antonio Belli Espinoza and Arias Martinez Santos were arrested and accused of causing a brain bleed in a 1-year-old after videotaping themselves binding the child to a chair and then gagging, striking, and slamming the child on the floor. There's nothing. There's no punishment that I would say is too harsh for these people. Both are charged with abuse or neglect of a child, serious emotional injury. So it's a man and a woman. Yes. Yeah, I would. I mean, I could. I don't think there's anything here's the complaint. Felony abuse of a child, physical injury, St. Louis, Missouri. Abuse or neglect of a child. Misspelling the male's surname. Toss both. And Gen Pop. Oh, man. And then Tulsa County, Oklahoma, man on detainer accused of using a car as a weapon. Santiago Ferre Casecos Cruz was arrested and reports that accused of purposely ramming and pinning a person to a building with his car while drunk. Purposely did it while drunk. Definitely both white. Man is charged with DOI, great bodily injury. He got into a fight with someone inside a duplex during a party, decided to flee, got in his Tahoe with a passenger, but instead of reversing to leave, he put it in drive and drove into the duplex building, hitting a person and causing massive internal injuries. Wow. It's gender male, race H for who white. Who white, H-U-W-I-T. Who white. He's a who white. Millstone in the sea. Yes. Millstone around the neck in the sea. In the sea of love, I will be around. It's a previous edition, which we covered before. We're not going to get into that. Judge blocks Kennedy Center restoration effort. Another white perp. President Trump must be increasingly frustrated by the mindset of the opposition in Washington, D.C. who demand the old, broken, and ill-maintained buildings and venues left in the state of decay. The opposition to make America great again is strong in our nation's decaying capital. Alas, that sentiment is representative of the ideological mindset of those who prefer filth and depression. Man, those white people look funny these days. They sure do, don't they? Trump. Shockingly, a judge appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, Chris Cooper, ruled that the Kennedy Center, which was going to close in early July for large-scale renovations and constructions due to years of neglect, decay, and poor maintenance, and which was being transformed by the Trump administration into the finest facility of its kind. Finest facility of its kind. Anywhere in the world was not allowed to close for these renovations, which would not be possible to properly do without such a closure. Additionally, Judge Cooper ruled the 36-member board of trustees, which unanimously voted to add the name Trump onto the former Kennedy Center, making it the Trump Kennedy Center, did not have the right to do such an addition. The Kennedy Center has lost over the years, prior to our getting involved a short while ago, hundreds of millions of dollars in some cases, including ridiculous construction jobs that were done over $100 million a year. I took great pride in taking over a losing institution and look forward to making it great and prestigious winner for D.C. and indeed the United States. Unfortunately, Cooper and the radical left would rather see it die than have President Trump transform it into something that everyone could be proud of. Much as I've done with many such cases throughout my life. An immigrant semi-driver couldn't read the 3 no fines on the runway ramps, killing a young man at the bottom of Lewis and Hill. 5 miles, 7% downgrade. Wow. Have you read the cardboard cutout Supreme Leader strongly worded letter with heavy on death to America? It looks like AI wrote it. No, I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. So it says, therefore, based on the fact that the radical Dems care more about opposing your favorite president, me, than saving the dying Performing Arts Center, almost all of which lose large amounts of money, then we are going to be working with Congress to transfer the institution back to them so they can make a determination on what to do with it. Judge Cooper was given a presentation by leading building construction experts as to how the structurally dangerous building is, with rotting beams, parking areas that are subject to collapse, various other life and safety problems, in addition to the fact that it also needs a major renovation from an aesthetic standpoint. But he was not swayed and said he wants the building to incredibly remain open. Cooper should be ashamed of himself. I cannot be involved with a situation where danger to the public is allowed to flourish. Unless I'm free to do what I do better than anyone else, bring the institution back physically, financially, and aesthetically, I have no interest in continuing what could be a hopeless journey into Never Never Land. So, Normalizing, we won. Okay, Norm. But here's the thing. Did you win or did you just cause a delay? Bondi refuses to answer lawmakers' questions about Trump's involvement in the Epstein files. Seriously, this is what you're supporting? Attorney General Bono refused to answer questions on President Trump's involvement in the release of the Epstein case files. Bondi, who spent roughly 4 hours on Capitol Hill, was again defiant when she confronted lawmakers. She stood behind the Department of Justice handling the case and said Deputy Director, now Acting Attorney General, had overseen the process to publish them. Bottom line is justice and transparency in this matter has been delivered at the direction of President Trump and the administration. I never trusted Blondie either. I never liked her. She initially raised expectations of full release of the Epstein case files only to later backtrack. You know, backtracking is one thing, but not releasing them is another thing. The reversal prompts Congress to step in and pass a law. Yes. Article 3, Section 1 provides that federal judges hold their office during good behavior. Yeah, so like those judges that were having sex in the chambers, I would say that's not good behavior. That's what I would say. Personally, that's what I would say. It's a sham in there, says Representative Dave Min of California. They're not answering any questions. Oh, okay. So I heard other stuff. Survivors try to confront Bondi. Say some names, survivors. Tell us who hurt you. You call yourself a survivor, but say who hurt you. None of them will. None of them will. None of them will. None of them will. And remember this story, the former head of Iowa's largest school district to be sentenced for claiming to be a U.S. citizen. Bonnie did her job, cleaned house, and keyed up all the stuff that's been unleashed in the last couple of weeks. Well, I hope so. This guy who kept getting caught with guns and knives and everything and kept doing stuff, breaking the law. A former Iowa, and he didn't, his degrees and stuff were all bullshit. He had forged degrees. They were all fake shit. He was former superintendent of Iowa's largest school district, just to learn how long he's going to be in prison for falsely claiming to be a citizen and illegally possessing a firearm. The former head of Iowa school district be sentenced by Hannah Figueruhuta. So this judge is probably going to let him off light. Survivors imply some didn't work with them, right? Wasn't Blondie an assistant DA in Florida when Epstein got the deal? She was an assistant that just state's attorney, I think it's called, or something, but I don't know if it was in that area. I think she was in Orlando and the Epstein stuff happened in South Florida, but I could be wrong. Point to it, proof and grunt. Yeah. The former superintendent is set to learn how long you'll be in prison for falsely claiming to be a citizen and illegally possessing a firearm. Ian Roberts, a native of Guyana in South America, pleaded guilty in January to both counts, which carry a maximum sentence of 20 years. Jim is paler than white. Yeah, I'm a whiter shade of pale, lighter shade of pale. We tripped the night fandango and the news across the floor. Feeling kind of sleepy, turn a whiter shade of pale. Jim is so white, his middle name is Casper. It's called from a band called Procol Harum. Whiter shade of pale. Prosecutors allege Roberts knowingly lacked employment authorization for his 2-decade career in urban education, because he did, and submitted a counterfeit Social Security card when he was hired as a superintendent in Des Moines. From Robert's September arrest to Friday's sentencing, a stunning case has bookended the school year. Des Moines Public Schools said last month that it revised its conflict of interest policy after an audit found Roberts awarded district business to a consulting firm he worked for. Affirming findings first reported by the Associated Press. So not only was this guy a double liar, you got to get the band back together, Jim. The band! Elwood, the band! We're on a mission from God. Your heirs can't take no more. Cruises on a Saturday afternoon. Monday morning. Roberts was targeted by ICE and pulled him over in his school-issued Jeep Cherokee. He allegedly fled before he was... What do you mean he allegedly fled before he was located with the help of state troopers? He fled. I mean, allegedly. Yes. Everyone who abetted that lowlife throughout his fake career should be in prison. Yes. 3 other weapons were recovered during the search of his home. They found a loaded handgun wrapped in a towel under his seat. In court filings, attorney said he dedicated his life in the U.S. to public service. It wasn't a threat to public safety. He was arrested previously with a gun in Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. He was denied lawful permanent residency because he failed to disclose he's been arrested. He said he didn't think he needed to because the charges were dropped. You can't come into the country, stay illegally, and then try and somehow stay some longer. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, another reason to deport them all. They think theft is a human right. While Dr. Roberts, no, he's not a doctor. His fake degrees tried to adjust his status. His initial mistake sealed his fate. In the background of his career for the next 24 years, the denial of his adjustment haunted him like a ghost. Dozens of people submitted letters on his behalf to dispute how he's been portrayed. His lawyers note he faces deportation to Guyana, where he'll be left without his career, his wife, and his children. In recommending a 3-year sentence, prosecutors described the years-long and deliberate misrepresentation of his legal status. They said they did not know documents Roberts presented to show eligibility to work back in 2008, years before he was approved for a temporary status in 2018, but he deliberately obtained employment without authorization at school after school within state after state, despite knowing he was not in the U.S. lawfully. Prosecutors say a reduced sentence is not appropriate because Roberts is likely to be deported. Roberts cultivated a public image grounded in integrity, leadership, and authenticity, yet he engaged in conduct that undermined those values. He previously was arrested for guns and shit, though. Says former Des Moines superintendent set to be sentenced today. In the aftermath, the legislature passed critical legislation to ensure anyone working in schools was vetted, but Josh Turek and Zach Walls both skipped the vote and have been silent, while Sturek and Walls refused to vote on the bill to protect Iowa students from another Roberts. Ashley Hinton is fighting to secure our borders. Oh, this is a what the fuck? This is an ad. Look at this. Let's show support for Ian Roberts ahead of his sentencing. These people, dozens of letters of supporters offer a window. The people that he lied to, he made a false statement for employment, illegal alien possession of a firearm. Yeah.
Pivotal day for Ian Roberts. The former Des Moines public school superintendent will be sentenced in federal court.
Roberts was convicted of federal fraud, immigration, and firearms charges. KCCI's Marcus McIntosh joins us now. Marcus, Roberts still has his supporters.
Yes, he does, Ben and Stacy. The sentencing will take place behind me tomorrow in the federal courthouse here in downtown Des Moines. Now, the prosecution wants Roberts to spend 37 months behind bars. The defense contends that probation is a suitable sentence. Letters from dozens of supporters are testimony to what they say is what Ian Roberts meant to many.
I believe the impact that Ian had in our community was great to our youth.
State Representative and Pastor Rob Johnson is one of the letter writers.
My letter was centered around his approach towards spirituality, his approach towards people, and whatever the judge and the legal system and the judicial system decides is their ruling. My hope is that it is a fair and just ruling.
Johnson says two things can be true at the same time, saying we fall short of what we would hope the expectations of us would be, but our impact could still be great.
My thought is right now, in the midst of someone's trial, we need to be praying. And my thought is for our community, anytime we see anyone going through a situation like this, is to reach.
I'd like to see this pastor's criminal record. If I had a wager, I would say the way he's got the sunglasses on, the way he's acting, talking like this is he became a minister or whatever you want, a pastor, whatever, in prison. Just saying. Just heard while the state troopers were pressing, SRT raided the tents set up by protesters. Sorters said they found things that should not have been there. Really? Very interesting. Like what? He was a drug dealer. Definitely, right? You know what I'm saying? This guy's been to prison. Yeah. He only has supporters because he is white. Oh, okay. You're right. Yeah. You have to wonder how many more like him are holding the same positions. A lot. I would say a lot of people. Because they get these bogus fucking degrees. They're not real. When did this guy, that's his thing. People looked at it and go, when did this guy have time? They saw him coming in and out of the United States. He was doing all this different stuff. He was working in the military, doing different things in Guyana. Yet he was somehow at school. None of the stuff adds up. None of it adds up. He's probably still dealing humans or drugs. Yes.
Out and to say, hey, I'm praying. This is what I'm going to do. I can't do much, but I will pray.
Roberts' defense team seems to have done all it could to sway the judge toward probation.
The defense obviously is trying to bring out every mitigating factor that they can, and obviously did with their 176-page brief. And so that type of information is what the judge will look at in making his or her determination.
C. Fortano is a Drake law professor. He says there is no way to predict what the judge will hand down to Roberts.
I'm sure that the probation versus the 37 months fits within the sentencing guidelines. Then the judge will look at everything else involved in the case to make his or her determination about the sentence itself.
Ian Roberts' sentencing is set for 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, as I mentioned, in the building behind me. We're live in the morning. I'm Mark.
So do you think that, I mean, what the crime of him being an illegal alien in possession of a firearm is the same, it's the same statute, it's the same provision as a felon being in possession of a firearm. Do you honestly think any felon in possession of a firearm should be given probation? Do you think they would? Think anyone would recommend that? Yep. The teachers who supported them should be stripped of his credentials. Yep. So, I mean, that's the way I look at it. That's the way I think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous. Let me see here. Breaking news. Infiltrated the Antifa camp at Newark ICE with a hidden camera. Tens of thousands of dollars of equipment, food, and even riot equipment has been supplied. Hot food delivered every hour. Arrest the funders. All he said was he may have it on X or something.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. If it's fair, I know there's something to talk about. If someone else is coming to me, I know it's not actually. But I don't know right now
Whoever is funding this money, if this money is coming from NGOs or anything like that, all these people need to be. Are we replacing the thin blue line with the thin black line? Can do no wrong. It sure seems like that. Is he white too? Definitely white too. Definitely. Whoever's paying for all this stuff needs to go to jail.
Do you know if there's hand sanitizer anywhere? Like, or wipes or something? I'm sorry, what? Medical tent? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Go to the medical tent. See if we get... Oh, lasagna. Look at that.
I'm leaving.
I don't know how good these commentary drones are.
Your man has quite the repertoire. NGOs, yeah. You want to send U.S. taxpayers to jail? I don't want to send
hand
U.S. taxpayers.
sanitizer.
Oh, wait.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Are you saying because the taxpayers are funding this through the money going to them? No, with the people that took the money, like the NGOs and stuff, those people should go to jail, not the taxpayers themselves.
It was so serious. Make a full for everything. Yeah, and then I'm gonna tape out the map here. Yeah.
I mean, whoever this allowed them to set all this stuff up is ridiculous.
You couldn't leave all this.
The IRS is now giving guidance on Form 990. We are going to demand that nonprofits know their grant recipient. So if a grant recipient is violent, if they're suppressing people's rights, then you're responsible for that. And I think it's a good first step.
Thank you. Reagan Reeves with the Daily Caller. I want to ask you about Antifa. In October, the Treasury Department started working with the FBI to investigate who's funding Antifa. Can you give us an update on that investigation? How close are you guys to finding out who's funding it?
It is ongoing. We made substantial progress, and I think in the weeks and months ahead, we're going to have a lot to report. One thing that did go underreported that I would point out to all of you is the IRS is now giving guidance on the Form 990, which nonprofits they have to file. And we are going to encourage or demand that nonprofits know their grant recipients. So if a grant recipient is violent, if they are suppressing people's rights, then you are responsible for that. And I think that's a very good first step.
Thank you. Reagan Reeves with the Daily Caller. I want to ask you about Antifa. In October, the Treasury Department started working with the
In October, the Treasury Department started working with the FBI to investigate who's funding. Can you give us an update on the investigation? Is this the same clip? Sure, this isn't the same clip.
Thank you. Reagan Reeves with the Daily Caller. I want to ask you about Antifa. In October, the Treasury Department started working with the FBI to investigate who's funding Antifa. Can you give us an update on that investigation? How close are you guys to finding out who's funding it?
It is ongoing. We made substantial progress, and I think in the weeks and months ahead, we're going to have a lot to report. One thing that did go underreported that I would point out to all of you is the IRS is now giving guidance on the Form 990, which nonprofits they have to file. And we are going to encourage or demand that nonprofits.
Yeah, it was a duplicate clip. Well, thanks, everybody. I want to thank everybody who was here. We went 4.5 hours. Unfortunately, we are still $90 away from adding the additional hour. So I think we're going to end it here. I want to thank everybody. We went, another half hour past the 4 hours, but it's all organized. It is. But there is other shows right now. I think we're going to send everybody over to see Ricky Raccoon, who's doing a show about some stuff about Turtle Boy and some stuff. I have seen nothing else that made me a huge grain of salt, but want to give a heads up possible. Oh, okay. Let me look at this real quick. It says can't be reached. It says site can't be reached. McAfee news status. I'll try to see if I can find it, but that's not working. Whatever that was is not working. It's not working. Let me look and see if I can find it. McAfee news. McAfee news. McAfee news. McAfee news. McAfee news. Oh, coroner van just rolled up to Nancy Pelosi's estate. Is the drunken old head finally dead? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, wow. Which one are you talking about? You're talking about Pelosi? Wonder if your lack of space. You're talking about Pelosi or this thing with Talrico? It says Talrico spent time as a girl. Talrico spent 3 years in school pretending to be a girl. Isn't he not anywhere else? All right. All right. Well, everybody. What's up, everybody? Hammer guy came back. Maybe. Night. Yeah. So tell everybody, I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remember to hit like and subscribe for the channel if you haven't already. And I just want to point out that, we love you all. It's so great to have everybody here. And see you all tomorrow. Come back tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news.